With sound. Let's try this with sound. Okay. Hello, cats and kittens. Mama Cat Gamer here. We are logging in. Oh, wow. We loaded like right away. He's so cute when he stretches when he wakes up. Oh, you gotta see him when he goes to bed, too. Oh, no, they didn't show it. I don't even have a queue, man. Oh, there he is. Just letting people know that we're live. Now that there's an actual screen or actual now that we got an actual video going. Okay. Well, hi, kitty. Felt one of my cats brushing up against my leg. Ooh, I sold something. What did I sell? Ah, Coke. Coke and glamour prisms are pretty reliable sales if you're full on company seals and need to earn some gil pretty quickly. See, I turn a lot of these items in for Grand Company seals because I can get more money converting it over to glamour prisms or Coke. Can save myself a lot of money to buy the Tombstone Poetics gear. Wait, no, that's Tombstone's Poetics. That's not company seals. Duh. Hold on, I gotta go let my dog in. One of these years I'll remember to turn my sound back on. I was saying, last night I got Bard up to level 90. And I got Reaper up to 100. Because that's just, it's just my favorite class. There were some things I wanted to do. Alright, I want to turn in these heartfelt gifts. We have to enter Breath of the Creator. Now that I got attuned to level 100, this is what happened. It converted my Wondrous Tales to, instead of just 2 specific raids, it gave me the grouping of raids. Unfortunately, I can't do any Shadowbringers raids yet because I haven't reached that. Unfortunately, it also gave me, you know, normal raids that are completely beyond what I can do right now. And, you know, levels 81 to 99 and level 100 dungeons, which I can't reach either, so we're kind of stuck with some of these here. So I'm kind of limited now on the Wondrous Tales, unfortunately. But with the re-roll, retry stuff, there's plenty available. Let's go to Idyllshire. I want to turn in these last heartfelt gifts. I don't know why I keep doing that. And hello, everybody's joined. I always get turned around in here. Sorry about that, guys. I don't know where the arc comes from. Jloe says, "Oh, Gav, thanks to you, the children are as happy as Jloe's ever seen them. If only you could see their beaming faces." Let's make a delivery. I'm like having a brain cramp this morning. I did get the jacket with the tombstone gear, or not tombstone gear. I'm sorry, Mog tomes. This is Ifrit on the back of the jacket. This is a really cool looking jacket, and I paired it with the frontier pants. So it looks pretty cool with that. Oh, Gav, thanks to you, the children are as happy as Jloe's ever seen them. If only you could see their beaming faces. Let's make a delivery. We've read this before, guys. Oh, Gav, how can Jloe ever thank you? So many gifts, and every last one of them straight from the heart. The children will know happiness and joy beyond their wildest dreams. And maybe she'll get more pineapple pudding now. Mr. Gav, Miss Jloe, thank you so much for the presents. This is my best name day since the time Mummy and Daddy got me a wind-up Moogle. My best friend was so happy too. She said it's the second happiest day of her life after the day she saw a real live dragon. Did I tell you how much I love dragons? Shloe says, you certainly did, Takeb. Guess what? Shloe loves dragons too. But I'm glad your name day was a happy one. Just wait and see what I have planned for you next year. Chloe says, hi, Shloe. I just came to say hi, which I guess I just did. Are you working hard? Chloe's working hard too. Oh, Gav, what are you? Wait, I know. You're working with Shloe. Shloe told me she had a new partner, but I didn't know it was you. Until now, I mean. Shloe says, he sure is. Gav here has been a godsend. Ever since he showed up, the gill's been flowing in virtually non-stop. That's wonderful, Shloe. Oh, Chloe, I almost forgot. Takeb, guess what? Chloe has a new story for you. I think it might be my best ever. You want to hear it, don't you? Yay, I sure do. Does it have dragons in it? Please say it does. Anyway, we'll be going now. See you around, Mr. Gav. And I know you're really, really busy, Miss Shloe, but please try not to forget our supper tonight, okay? Shloe must have ADHD. Yep, it's Wednesday. It's Mama Cat time. Shloe says, so you're one of the adventurers who's been sharing your tales with my little sister. No wonder her stories have been so exciting of late. I wonder if you get these conversations, if you have unlocked Wondrous Tales or not. Shloe says, she's still just a child, but no matter how hard things get, that smile never leaves her face. Even though I know she's lonely, what with her sister always working. Now that we're turning a profit and Menthena's Arms is going strong, I can finally spend more time with her. I'm sure she can't wait to tell me her latest stories, and I can't wait to hear them. But that doesn't mean Shloe's closing up shop. Not for a second. We may be better off than ever before, but there's always more to be done. For the children, of course. You'll still lend me a helping hand from time to time, won't you? Oh, thank you ever so much, Gav. Wherever would Shloe be if it weren't for you? Probably out on the streets shivering with nary a bowl of pineapple pudding to be had. Pineapples. Okay, question of the day for y'all. Does pineapple belong on pizza or not? Shloe Aliopo could not be happier with your efforts. She now considers you a part of the family. Furthermore, Shloe Aliopo's appearance may now be altered through the use of glamours. You can now apply glamours to Shloe. Through your efforts, the finances of Menthena's Arms are now stable. It seems, however, that Shloe has a different sort of favor to ask of you. Ahem, and with that, I would like to announce our latest client. But before I do, I must warn you, she's quite a demanding one. Our latest client is none other than me! Weren't expecting that, were you, Gav? Why, I think I even surprised myself. Thanks to all you've done, Menthena's Arms have spread wider than I ever dreamed, but there are just a few more things I need to truly make my orphanage all I've ever dreamed. I can count on you, can't I? Further requests will be selected at random from all those you've seen thus far, and with the list refreshed once a week. Okay. You can review the items currently in demand at any time by speaking with Shloe and making a delivery. Note that orphanage donations, rainbow pigment, and river shrimp will earn you particularly handsome rewards. Whenever they make an appearance, the effort to procure them will be worth your while. Companion makeovers. Your companion has placed a great deal of trust in you, so much so that they are willing to allow you to change their attire using glamours. Gear for the head, body, hands, legs, and feet can be used for glamours as long as it can be equipped by all races and all classes. Please note, however, a glamour prism is required for each piece of gear you wish to glamour. Leave that be for right now. I have 1,700 Allegan Tomestones of Poetics. I think I'm going to spend some of those since we'll probably be getting some more today. See what we got in. Yeah, let's spend it on that. I'll be leveling Machinist at some time, so I know it will get used there. That and Dancer, which I'm not sure uses 60 or not. I do know Machinist will, because you unlock it at level, and when you unlock it, it's level 30. I do want to enter the breath of the Creator. May as well do that as Bard. I would like to finish those up today. Travel to the firmament. While we're queuing. Oh, we have to speak with Francel in the broom. Okay. There he is. Will you not tell me why you do not wish to live in the firmament? What is it that worries you so? Oh, Gav, you could not have come at a better time. You may have heard that I am in the process of settling citizens in the firmament. While some could not pack their belongings quickly enough, others are proving resistant to the idea, such as Oden here and her daughter, Noal. Oden says, begging your pardons, but aren't you the savior of Ishgard? It's an honor, my lord. We're grateful for the invitation, we truly are, but we couldn't possibly afford to live in a shiny new district. Even before our home in the Broom was burned down, we were barely getting by. Besides, given who we are, we don't have the right. Francel says, in my mind, the firmament is for people such as they, first and foremost, who lost their homes to the fires of conflict. Yet if they themselves do not wish it, I cannot well force them to move. You could say they have employment initiatives for residents. They have tax relief for residents. In the firmament, the sky's the limit. Sky's the limit. Oden says, perhaps I should do it. Yes, if not for myself, then for my little girl. All right. I humbly accept. Francel says, glad am I to hear it. Pray see to your preparations then, and come to the firmament when you are ready. And all it took was a few words from you. You truly hold sway over people, my friend. Of course, such trust comes not overnight. 'Tis the product of your many selfless deeds. Despite being falsely accused of a crime and driven to the ends of the realm, you did not surrender to despair. On the contrary, you dedicated yourself to the plight of others, and ultimately guided our war-weary nation upon the path to peace. In some ways, we have walked similar paths, but my struggles are trifling things compared to yours. My name carries not the same weight, and my words have not the same power over the hearts of my fellow men. Oh, the studio disconnected. Sorry about that, guys. It looked like the stream disconnected momentarily. I've got it buffered, though, so hopefully you guys didn't lose too much there. Making sure all is well. All right. You agree to aid me, then? Words cannot well express my gladness. Thank you. Without further ado, then, I would have you deliver these missives. They are entreaties for cooperation in the restoration effort. Ordinarily, I would make the delivery myself, but I believe that the recipients would be pleased for your visit. One is Gibrion, proprietor of the Forgotten Knight. Another is Sir Andalou of the Temple Knights. And last but not least is Mistress Elise, our master of the markets. While you see to this task, I shall look in on Oden and her daughter. Let us convene in the firmament afterwards. Okay. Wonder what Hilda and the boys have to say. So, the firmament, eh? It's good to see that the rebuilding's begun, but we'll see whether this Francel can do right by us, lowborn. Sim says, we all got high hopes for the firmament, Hilda not least of all, fairly champing at the bit to watch over the district she is. Udistan says, some ours have put down their arms and picked up building implements instead. Feels like only yesterday that we were feuding with nobles and fending off dragons, but times can change, eh? Let's go up to the Forgotten Knight. What do those say? I just realized I moused over it. Bearing the rose of House Islandart, this envelope contains an entreaty for cooperation in the restoration efforts. I forgot to put my food buff on. If it isn't Gav, what can I do for you? A missive from young Francel? I can only guess how you ended up delivering it, but let's have a look. Dear Gibrion, I pray this missive finds you well and not bothered overmuch by the old wound. I write with regards to our efforts in the firmament, of which you will most certainly be aware. Of late, we have seen a marked increase in the number of workers on site, and we struggle to keep everyone fed. In order to alleviate the strain upon our kitchen, it is my hope that you might provide us with hearty and wholesome provender from your own. Gibrion says, young Francel was always good to me back when I served his house, and I won't refuse him. I'll arrange to have the meals prepared and sent to the firmament at once. You're involved in the restoration then, I take it. Keep an eye out on the lad for me, will you? Nice. Honolulu is in here. Does Lucia have anything new for us? Your deeds have scattered the dark clouds that have long loomed over Ishgard. On my oath, we shall not squander the bright future you have won for us. Cool. Honolulu, well met, Gav. To what do I owe the honor this day? Let me give you a letter. A missive from Lord Francel, you say? Sir Honolulu, my thanks for your unflagging dedication to preserving the peace in the Holy See. to you as overseer of the Firmament Reconstruction Project in order to officially entreat the cooperation of the Temple Knights. The project's need for able hands will only grow, and it is my hope that your order might be amenable to dispatching a contingent of engineers to assist in our efforts. For the prosperity of our nation, I thank you for your kind consideration. I see, though I have not the authority alone to decide, I for one should be glad were our order to lead what help we may. I shall do my utmost to see the Lord Francel has his engineers. Truth to tell, I have a personal interest in the firmament. Ere it was razed to the ground, I myself lived there, you see. Many places in Ishgard offer a commanding view, but I find none finer than that of my erstwhile home. Do you have anything else? Alright. Les is in the Jules Croisier district. I think it's Croisier, if I'm pronouncing it right. A warm welcome to you, Master Tia. What is it that you seek at the Jules Croisier this day? Oh, hang on. My daughter was at the store and needed me to send her the list of items real quick. She forgot the list at home. Elise says, "Oh, a missive for me from Lord Vrancel. Intriguing. Dear Mistress Elise, I pray this missive finds you well and your markets bustling. I write to request your aid in acquiring heavy machinery of foreign make, intended for the use of many foreigners lending their expertise to the restoration project. Such equipment as the Sky Steel manufactory possesses is unfamiliar to non-Ishgardians, and as such would adversely affect their ability to carry out their work. Through the connections you have established with foreign merchants, I have faith that you can procure for us that which we require. My humblest thanks for your assistance." Heavy machinery of foreign make. Though it will be no small coup to source such items, the merchant in me welcomes the challenge. But I say it feels like only yesterday that Lord Francel was a little boy coming to market with his brothers. Now he has blossomed into a well-spoken, accomplished young man. Time surely flies. But yeah, she's not wrong. You know, every time my kids have a birthday now, because they're adults, I go, I gave birth to you like only yesterday. Well, it's like, you have them. And like the first year, everything's like really, really slow because they take a lot of work and a lot of time. But as soon as they get into elementary school, And especially after they get into like high school, it's like the time goes whoosh, and it's gone, you know? So treasure every moment. Forgive me my reminiscence. You may relay to my lord. It shall be my pleasure to attend to his order. Alright. Let's see if Manolane and Onorwa have anything new to say. Wonderful to see you, old boy. Come to fulfill a craving for the last sordid gossip, have we? Well, I am sorry to say that I have naught for you. My nightly duties have kept me far too busy to stay abreast of the talk of the town. Onorwa says, my lord has been most conscientious with his duties of late. I worry that mayhap he may have he was struck in the head by a stray projectile during the last battle. Yeah, maybe he has, you know? Who knew that a Manolane could change? The old boy is growing up. I have my Peloton, like, hotkeyed, and I've played this class long enough that I just hit it automatically as soon as we're out of battle. I don't even think about it anymore. We're gonna go into the exhaust vent here. That sounds like a great time. Shh. Namebricks is not hating Uplanders. I missed that conversation, totally. They started without me. We gotta stretch this line out. Oh, now we gotta take out this guy. Don't stand on these circles, because, like, they have things coming down to, like, smash your face. Lame bricks, strike box. Gobsway Conclops? The name of these skills are hilarious. Gobsway Rumble Rocks. Got hit by rumble rocks again. Unfortunately, that one's not interruptible. I see people running away. It's probably a good idea for me to do that too. Not doing a good job of keeping my dots up here. Oh, that's not good. Like ram's horn things on his head. Of course, now he's dead, so... Well, as dead as anybody ever gets in a fantasy. Alright, there's nothing in the treasure coffers that I really want because I'm not too excited. Oh my gosh, look at my... It's like they made a shadow of me on there. That's funky. Way down over here. It's kind of cool. Excellent work, old friend. That platform is our shortcut to the heart of the machine. All seems quiet on our front, so... Seven hells, we got company. There's the Enigma Codex. Ah, there you are, Gav. We were met by a small welcoming party, but it was nothing we couldn't handle. Biggs and Wedge just contacted me as well. They're headed here as we speak. Mead says, Round Rocks! Sid says, so, this is the Enigma Codex. And that must be the third and final core. 12, have mercy! If you could but see the volume of ether issuing from it. Ron Rusk says, Pshka! Yes, much swirly bright. Time wings can spread, travel to overtimes. Make bad things good again. Mead says, could it be? Do we truly have the power to change the past? I could erase my mistakes. I could see him again. Ron Rock says, 3 years ago. Mead lost Dear One. Mead wants Dear One back, yes? Round Rocks helped Mead. Round Rocks, no, you must save your strength. Mead worries too much. Round Rocks is strong gobby. Uplanders, hold on to brain cases. Time wings, spread. Seven hells, is the girl gone mad? Stop this, Round Rock. Stop, I say. Biggs? Where are we? And why is everything spinning? Biggs, Wedge, can you hear me? Round Rocks has engaged Alexander's time distortion mechanism. We're hurtling into the past. We're... what? Yep. Biggs, over here, you're not going to believe this. What's me doing down there with those... Hold on, they're performing the summoning ritual. Bugger me, we really are in the past. What in the seven hells? Someone's taking control of the Colossus. Hold tight, I think it's about to go berserk. Dan says, "Damn it! This isn't right. We must abort the summoning. Quickly, Mead. The seal!" Dan, no! What is Metal-Making Kitten doing? Stella said, "'Twould seem we are back in our own time." Quick Thing says, "Oh, past is made right, and we return to now times. Treasure hunters' friends die. As it is writ, it must be. Uplanders serve Quick Thinks well today." Uplanders are not grasping meaning. Quick Thinks breaks into bitty pieces. Fit in Uplanders' tiny brain cases, so he's going to break it down for us. Fit into our tiny little brains. Time is flat, round shape. Oh, that makes sense. All things Uplanders and Gobbies did are doing and will do. Doings happen over and over and over again for all times. So, when Mead and her friends attempted to summon Alexander 3 years ago, what they actually saw was us traveling back in time, but that's madness. Time is an endless circle. My failure, my pain, my suffering, it was all doomed to unfold like this from the very beginning. Let us away, quickly! Mead must hurry. No. Nothing remains for me out there. My future, my past, my reason for being, it all ended. Before it ever began. Mead! Mead! Oh, this is kind of cool. Got a nice little lookout here. / lookout. The cenotaph. A towering monolith erected in tribute to the great scholars who have passed on, leaving behind the knowledge that has shaped the realm. The names of countless men of learning are etched in the mighty stone, along with the motto of Charlene: knowledge seeks no man. Yeah, it's this structure over here. It's kind of cool to see that in the dark there. Wedge says, "Good to see you safe, Gav. Whatever happened inside the control room anyway? As for us, on second thought, let's save that for another day." Backrix says, "Psh. Uplander has seen Round Rocks. Backrix hopes she is safe. As for Backrix is not liking high places much anymore." "Chief, you stole it. And Round Rocks. Gods, I've never been so bloody glad to see you. I thought we'd never make it back in one... Wait. Where's Mead?" Round Rock says, "Mead stays behind in Giant of Whirlycogs, all because of Round Rocks. Round Rocks must go back to Giant of Whirlycogs. Save Mead." Sid, "You leave that to us, child. Wedge, get Jessie on that link pearl and tell her to bring the Excelsior around." I don't much care for the answer. We finally know the truth behind the events of that day 3 years past. The Illuminati masterminded the massacre, and through some ungodly trick of time, 'twas us that brought them there to do the deed. Big says, "What about Mead? The only thing keeping her going was the hope that her beau's soul lived on in the machine, but seeing what happened to the poor bastard..." Y'shtola says, "Aye, we witnessed the truth with our own eyes, sucked into the core of the Colossus to sate the primal's appetite. If aught remains of him, it is no more than heat and light." Aww. Which says, "Jessie had the nerve to give me a dressing down for not saying please. Said I was getting too big for my britches. Does she have any idea what we've been through? Honestly." Roundrocks is resting back at shortstop. Muchly worries for her friend Mead, but is safe. Backrix is happy to go on flat ground again. Then Uplanders tell Backrix he must go back into Giant and Whirlycogs for next mission. Ugh. What must poor Gabi do to get some rest? No rest for the wicked. Thus spake quick things. It's from the... Thus spake Zarathustra, which I think is a reference to Nietzsche. Exponential entropy orchestrion roll is what we'll get. Alright, Biggs has instruction for you from Sid. Quick Things says the future's already been writ, eh? That we're fighting a losing battle? Well, we've got a thing or two to say about that, don't we, Gav? Roundrocks is safe with us, which means the Illuminati won't be turning back time on us anymore. And that's not all. Thanks to your efforts, we've got ourselves a straight path to the third and final core. Aye, the very heart of the Colossus. Put it out of action and the whole thing will grind to a halt. Let's go, Gav. Let's show the Illuminati that the future's yet to be decided and save Mead while we're at it. Let's do it. The heart of the Creator, now accessible. You can access it through the entrance to the Maker's Quarter, too. I think this is our last one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No. Nope, that's number 11. We got 2 more to go. Let's queue for it while we're at it instead of just looking at it. Let's go to Foundation while we're waiting. Volcronosis, my thanks for taking the time to seek out my lord. Ah, there you are, Gav. You've delivered the missives, I take it. So, how did the recipients respond to my entreaties? Very nicely, I must say. Francel is eager to learn how his petitions for aid were received. Come, do not keep me waiting. What were the recipients' responses? Both Gibrion and Les are willing? Glad am I to hear it. This shall do wonders for our workers' morale. As for Sir Andalou, I know he is not wont to make promises out of hand, but I have confidence that he will come through for us. Thanks to your kind help, I was able to personally assist Oden and her daughter, meanwhile. Having but few possessions, they were able to promptly move to the firmament. That's good. I also managed to find a moment to pen further missives. Lest you wonder, these are addressed to the 4 high houses, my own included. Each of the houses has strengths that shall avail the project, and I will call upon their cooperation. I know not how a petition from an upstart such as I will be received, but it would not do to depend entirely on you. Nay, these missives I shall deliver myself. Lord Francel, a moment. Oh dear. There are people who've been waiting for an audience with my lord. Master Gav, it pains me to make such a request of you, but will you not consent to serve as acting overseer and speak with the workers and residents in my lord's stead? Sure, why not? I'm truly grateful. Now, I expect that some advice will be asked of you, but I trust you to exercise your best judgment. I shall call the petitioners in turn whenever you are ready. You need but say the word. Are you ready to receive the petitioners, my lord? Speaking with petitioners will take several minutes. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations. No. Let's, go do something else instead. For all but those patients suffering with the gravest of wounds or maladies, we welcome visitors at all hours of the day. Particularly for those who will be with us for extended time, we find seeing the faces of loved ones goes far to raise their spirits. So this is basically a little hospital. What I wouldn't give to walk the streets again. Does it hurt, my dear? Now, where did I leave that vial? Aw. This room houses those patients who require intensive and extended care. Do take care not to disturb them. Only healers and staff are permitted on the upper levels. Okay. Now we can't go out here either. Where you can purchase. Ah, grade 8 dark matter. Different dyes. Collectible. I don't have collectibles yet. See if I got anything I could sell. Ooh, I'll sell that. These tell me what things I need to do. With the Gaibo or Gable Gatma. Okay. Gotta defeat all these. We gotta do Alatali, Amdapur Keep, Pharaoh Sirius, Fates. This, oh, the Taste of Fear. Leaves. We gotta do Leaves and Don't Forget to Cry, Necrologus, the Liminal ones, and the Central Highlands, White Brim Front. Okay. Oh, we gotta kill polar bears for both of them. That's kind of convenient. Wait. River's Meat. Upland Mylodon. Okay. Wonder if I can pick up the elite mark for this week now. Yes, we can. Alteki in Kurthus Western Highlands. Well, we might as well go do these while we wait. See where he's at. See where Alteki shows up. I'm gonna check real quick. All right, what? Western Kurthus Western Highlands. So. Oh. There we go. I hope. Yay. The Heart of the Creator. This is not my favorite one. This is like my least favorite one of the bunch. Wait, isn't this? Yes, yes it is. I don't remember all the mechanics of this one because I don't do it often enough. Cat jam. Twink. Maybe a bunch of us are cat people. I don't know. It is kind of a kicky song for sure. I was trying to get out of it. Are we supposed to hit the EDD? I don't know. I'm assuming we want to stay out of that. Yeah, you always want to take the flare out. I completely missed that one. Yeah, we gotta go to the open duct here. I'm screwed. I didn't get to the open duct in time. I think I want to be out of this. Plasma shield, we gotta hit that hard. I saw the invulnerable. I think somebody else must be hitting the boss instead. Oh, that was bad play on my part. Oh. I don't feel too bad. The mentor died too. Come on, healer, you can do it. Oh, nice. Or not. We're screwed. Wait, the shortcut put me back in the same damn spot. Or maybe it, okay, maybe it didn't. Somebody said no, no, we get to listen to this music for longer. Oh, how horrible. Trying to get out of that. I don't know if you're supposed to run that behind that cylinder that pops up. I don't know. I might have to go check that out. So you right click on that. You right click on that duct. Okay. Okay, we got it like crazy fast. Oh, Blasty Charge, that's the name of that? All right, we made it. They opened the chest and gave me all the shit. All right. Which is outstanding, Gav. Another Illuminati creation reduced to scrap metal. I'll wager the mere sight of you is enough to send the gobbies scurrying back to the drawing board. There it is. The heart of the beast, said Sid. Only now that I see it up close do I comprehend the true scale of the thing. To have reached this size in so short a space of time, the core must be taking in ether at a positively ungodly rate. I'd be willing to wager that it can regrow itself faster than we could ever hope to chip away at it. Which means we'll need to change tack. The central control room houses everything required to operate the Colossus. It's not inconceivable that it might offer us a way to regulate or even shut off the flow of ether to the core. Of course, any attempt to control Alexander is doomed to fail without the guidance of the Enigma Codex, and there is only one person alive who can access its secrets. But Chief, do we really need to drag the poor girl back here? What if she falls into Illuminati hands again? Quick Thinks All Thoughts says, oh, Uplanders waste their tongue flaps. Quick Thinks has seen future, true future, and it ends badly for Uplanders. Very, very badly. Thank you. Uplanders think they just lazy walk into central control. Quick Thinks not. All passages are sealed. All floaty boards disabled. Only way left open is here, through court chamber. And then Uplanders come next. It will be Uplanders' end times. Quick Thinks has seen it. Oh, thank you, babe. Bear with me for a moment. Is that diet cherry limeade or regular? Thank you. Uplanders think they just lazy walk into central control. Quick thinks not. All passages are sealed. All floaty boards disabled. Only way left open is here through core chamber. And when Uplanders come next, it will be Uplanders' end times. Quick Thinks has seen it. Bad Shinoa. Oh, Wedge, is it just me, or are you getting the feeling we've seen all this happen before? This is Schrodinger's cat. Sure. It is Watcher Book of Backrix. And look, writings end where Backrix leaves off, when Shinoa sends Watcher Book spinny falling from Backrix's fingers. What the? You mean to say the book Quick Thinks has been reading from all this time is your journal? The same journal that slipped from your hands when we traveled back in time? So that's how he was able to anticipate our every move. He's no prophet, just a gobby with delusions of grandeur and a diary from the future. Wedge says, so the glorious bleeding future he was always going on about, the one that was writ, was nothing but Backrix's record of the stuff we'd already seen? Bugger me, I just had a thought. Oi, Cat, are you Schrodinger from the shortstop, or are you Quick Thinks' familiar Shinoa? Twice for ya, was it, Chief? I bleeding knew it. She's both. After Schrodinger went tumbling down from the Colossus, and don't ask me how she survived the drop, Quick Thinks found her, took her in, and gave her a new name. It's like they're two cats, but also one, at the same time. Because that's not confusing. Which says, setting aside for the moment the question of whether or not that even makes sense, and it doesn't, what possessed that confounded cat, whatever you want to call her, to do all this in the first place? I swear, all she's done is make a right old mess of everything. Sid says, now, Wedge. Taking out our frustrations on a mewling kitten won't get us any closer to dismantling the core. Getting back to the crux of the matter. Backrix, you said the journal ends right where you left off, yes? That it's nothing but blank pages from that point on? Do you hear that, everyone? Though Quick Thinks would have us believe otherwise, the future from here onward, that is still to be written. And I'll be damned if we won't be the ones to write it. Yeah. We're just gonna leave the kitten alone? We can't do that. Schrodinger has to come with us. Future book is gone, but no matter. All knowings of true times are safe up here in Quickthinks' brain case. Quickthinks' chosen one, mender of history. Truth is unchanging. True times chose Quickthinks to do their bidding. True times send Shanoa into past, deliver to Quickthinks knowings of future. True times live inside, guiding all of Quickthinks' doings. Every tongue flap, every busy deal, every brain spark of Quickthinks brings world closer and closer to perfection. Guides Illuminati to rightful place as rulers of New World Order. True times will not be unmade by ignorant uplanders. Quickthinks needs no future book, no gobby girl. Quickthinks needs nothing and no one but himself. Future was chosen, and future chooses Quickthinks. Yes, even now, power granted by true times wells from Quickthinks' fingertips. Power beyond understanding of uplanders' feeble brain cases. Alexander, Overwatcher of True Times, deliver divine judgment on ignorant uplanders and crush them out of existence for all times. Music is cool. Alright, Biggs. Let me see if I've got this right. 3 years ago, the Quickthinks of back then found the journal that the Backthinks of now dropped, which was only possible because we travel in the past, what with time being a circle and all that. So, he took a look inside and, not knowing the truth of the matter, got it into his head that he was some sort of prophet, chosen to set history straight, and that Shanoa, who miraculously delivered the book to him, was a messenger from the future sent to show him the way. Well, that's all well and good, but the question remains, how did that bloody cat start all of this in the first place? What could she possibly stand to gain from setting in motion this ridiculously convoluted series of events? Another answer found, another question raised, eh, Gav? Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Alright, I got all of the junk. Biggs steels himself for what may well be your final confrontation with the Illuminati. Alright, Gav, this is it. We still don't know exactly how we're going to disable the core, but we do know that our only chance is to get back to that central control room. We also know that there's only one way in, and that Quickthinks isn't going to let us through without a fight. Now, we can be pretty sure he can't see the future, not anymore at least, and without Round Rocks to read the Codex for him, he won't be turning back time on us either. But he's still a power-mad maniac with some of the deadliest machina in the realm at his disposal. And after losing that book of his, I'd wager his trigger finger's feeling pretty bleeding itchy. We'd best be ready for a battle and a half. Muscle against metal, man against machine. Gods, I don't know whether to laugh, cry, or soil myself. Mayhap all three. Ah, here comes the chief now. It's time to move out. Quickthinks says, tick-tock, tick-tock, time moves on. Imperfect past giving way to perfect future. Worthy or unworthy of place in a new world order. Alexander will judge. Okay, we're frozen in time now. Yes, all is as quick thinks foresees. Truth hammer of Alexander falls on uplanders. Ignorant and unworthy are not welcome in Illuminati future. Here, uplanders meet their end times. What? Freeze time field is deactivated? Oh, no matter. Uplanders will be reduced to smolder dust. Fire! Ooh, we got out of that just in time. Seven hells! Now that was a bit too close for comfort. Is everyone alright? A Colossus inside the Colossus? Look, I don't know what that thing was, but I'm pretty damn sure I know where it went, or more accurately, when. If I'm not mistaken, what we're looking at is a localized distortion of time. The only question is when our metal friend will reappear. Better not to wait, lest it catch us unawares. Gav, I need you to head into the distortion and dismantle that thing. We'll secure a path to central control while you do. Good luck. You're gonna need it. All the junk, right? Yeah. Soul of the Creator now accessible. You now have access to the Soul of the Creator. Alexander can be accessed via the Duty Finder. Or the entrances in the main generators in the Maker's Quarter. Okay. Sid have anything else for us? I'm quite certain we just witnessed another manipulation of time, but by whom? With Round Rocks gone and the Enigma Codus rendered useless, it can't very well be the Illuminati. Could Alexander have a will of its own? At any rate, we stand ilms from the core, the very heart of a primal. Whatever the true nature of the entity that awaits you in there, you can be sure it'll be like no foe you've faced before. Godspeed, Gav. Wedge says, talk about a narrow escape. If I'd been standing so much as a yalm to the left, I'd be a pair of smoking boots by now. Anyway, we'd better get on with securing the area so that Y'shtola can bring up the rear with Round Rocks. We didn't want to drag the poor child back here, but she's the only one who can access the controls. Biggs, so that swirling void is some sort of ripple in time? Can't say I like the sound of that. You take care in there, Gav. Alright, I am going to queue for it. I'm too far away. And while we're waiting, got about 7 minutes. I will be right back. Sorry for crunching. I have not done this one a lot. We need to be at the corners. Okay, this one, you would be wiser to stay towards the center. I'm gonna dot these both up. Executing Judgment Protocol in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, I did not see the LB3 there. And then when you have to save for the tank or you die. Sonic Boom. I'm gonna take that out. I think. Oh, we get frozen here, like. I'm gonna stay close where everybody else is. Oh, that was evil! I need to get away. Time gate. I am the only one in here. We can do it in time. Oh. Go to the edges. Yeah, stay behind the tank for this one. Tank in here knows what to do, thank goodness. So you hit it at about 3 seconds. Nice. Oh, this is evil. We're like in the middle of it. Oh. Oh, man. It's like, oh my god, run fast. Very, very fast. Yep, we gotta go into these, go into these cylinders. Whatever the heck they call it. I don't know what they're called. Okay, kill. I'm like the only one in here right now. Alright, there's somebody else over there. I'm gonna go help them. Let's go back. Did we make it? Did we make it? Ah, yeah. Yeah, we did. Mega Holy? Ah, see, they're waiting for LB3. Gotta keep moving! Gotta keep moving! Get LB3 for us! There you go! Joy! Alexander is complete. Okay, we've completed the normal raid series for this expansion. Oh, great on it. Why not? Oh, somebody gave me a player comm. That's nice. Sid says, "You do not disappoint, old friend. The path to the control room is clear. Everyone, follow me." Y'shtola says, "The flow of the ether to the core must be stopped. Pray, lend us your strength one more time, child." Quick Things says, "Oh, when Quick Things winds back time, doings of Uplanders will be undone. History will be rewritten. An Illuminati will rule over New World Order." Big says, "Ha! If you think you can take round rocks from us, you're welcome to try." Don't tempt him. Foolish Uplanders, knowings of the Enigma Codex are not known to just one. What in the damn thing's responding to him? Uplanders are slow-seeing. Quick Things never needed Gobby Girl from beginning. When the final core is activated and Alexander fully awakens, its power will be such that it could entirely consume any who sought to control it. You were too craven to risk your own life until you had no choice. Treasure Hunter? But Treasure Hunter is too slow coming. Future has chosen. You poor deluded fool. You never did work it out, did you? The future doesn't choose us. We choose the future. Now, child. So, the knowledge in the Enigma Codex allowed you to disable the core. Sid says, power stores are depleting rapidly. Without a steady supply of ether, it's only a matter of time before the whole thing grinds to a halt and fades away. Roundrocks is glad to see Treasure Hunter safe, but how is Treasure Hunter sneaky hiding from Illuminati? I don't know. There was a great shaking and I was thrown from my feet into some dark, cramped place. I must have lost consciousness because I don't remember anything until a few moments ago. Huh. Sounds to me like you had a nice nap in a rubbish chute. But what matters is that you're safe, and with that I think we can declare this operation a success. Alright, what does Sid have to say? Quick Things had a few tricks up his sleeve right to the end, eh? With Roundrocks, who saw the Codex grant its knowledge to a child with a pure, innocent belief in its ideals. Seeing Quick Things do the same, it would seem that crazed obsession is a suitable substitute. Not that it availed him much in the end. Miss Jola says, I feel the presence of the horn beneath us. It and the core has become as one, forming an instrument of unbridled destruction. If we do not stop the core now, it will soon grow beyond the ability of anyone to contain. It is little wonder our foe was loath to reach out to it with his own hand. Wedge says, the chief says the advanced calculating device inside the Colossus, Alexander's brain, if you will, is still running on auxiliary power. See that device glowing red over there? There are ones just like it installed all over the place. In that sense, I suppose it's like the entire Colossus is one giant brain. If Alexander put its full mind to something, why, I bet it could conceive of things beyond our mortal comprehension. Big says, poor meat, eh? The last truly believed that her beloved was alive somewhere inside that steel beast. Can't imagine how she's feeling now. Round Rocks. Round Rocks is so happy that Mead is safe. Round Rocks has so many treasures to show Mead back at shortstop. Mead says, I truly remember nothing. It's as if I was floating in a vast, dark emptiness. And yet, I was not afraid. For it was as if a great presence surrounding me in every direction was watching over me, its eyes gentle. Alright, we got to escape from central control. I assume we just hit exit. Probably have a cutscene here. Yustila says, "'Twould seem our work here is done. Let us take our leave." Damn it, didn't we kill that bastard? Zzz, negative. Quick Thinks, better built own body, made stronger than original ordinary Gabi. Quick Thinks is not unmade by a simple flesh wound. Better built? 7 L's, that's not a mask, it's his face. He's more machina than goblin. Oh, we're in trouble. Oh, Alexander, Lord of Steel and Whirlycogs, outspread wings of time, let ignorant and unworthy feel divine judgment. The Codex responds. He means to return to the past. Access denied. What means this? This red glow. Alexander is refusing to obey his commands? Alexander! Junk brain machine! Quick Thinks is chosen one! Tongue flaps of Quick Thinks must be obeyed! Is he dead or only fantasy dead? Sid says. It would seem Alexander has achieved what a simple flesh wound could not. Quick Thinks permanent deactivation. Quite how and why is less clear. If I didn't know better, I would say the machine had a mind of its own. Diane? My love, could it truly be you? You were in there all this time, weren't you? Watching over me, keeping me safe. Did it just blink twice? Bugger me, the machine's actually talking to her. So his soul really was in the primal all this time? Chief, is that even possible? Y'shtola says, the core. Without the codex to bridle its power, it rages out of control. It drinks in ether like no primal I have ever known. We must stop it now, lest Eorzea be bled dry. Mead says, finally, I see. This is why you summoned me to this place, isn't it, my love? Yep. I thank you for guiding me here, Gav. And Round Rocks, know that I shall always treasure the time we shared. Farewell, my friends. Mead, no! Mead must not go! My friends, leave this place. Leave now. Fear not, Alexander will trouble you no longer. Okay, we're out of here. You too, kitty. My love, what is this place? Diane says, how best to put it, we stand inside a mathematical simulation, calculated and projected by the device at the heart of the Colossus. One might equally say it is the dream that Alexander dreams. Mead says, and what of our companions? Are they... Diane says, their fate was not mine to change, Mead. All that came to pass did so for a reason. History is as it was, as it should be, free of the paradoxes that spelled its undoing. From this place, unfettered by the mortal construct of time, Alexander looks out upon past, present, and future, seeing infinite possibilities. I see what it sees, and feel what it feels. This perfect machine born from yearnings for an ideal world. Oh, if you could see the worlds we have seen. A world in which the Illuminati rule history with an iron fist, every nation brought under their yoke. A world in which Alexander spread wide the wings of time and swept the lesser moon from the heavens, averting the calamity. Alexander dreamed all the realities imaginable, all the realities mathematically computable, and in the end reached a single logical conclusion. It would change nothing and erase itself from existence. But why? Alexander possesses the power to travel through time and space and reshape history for the better, but such power comes at great cost. The sheer quantity of ether consumed in the process means that Alexander itself would, mayhap not immediately, but inevitably, bring ruin to this world. This perfect machine, this supreme manifestation of logic and science, deemed its own existence a threat. And so it chose to do nothing, to leave history untouched and the future in the hands of man, with all his imperfections. Such was Alexander's divine judgment. A time will come when the fate of this world is placed in the hands of one warrior. For reasons hidden to me, the future from that day forth remains shrouded in mystery, beyond even the Colossus's ability to calculate, and yet Alexander chose to believe in that man and the light within him. I met that man, my love. I believe in him too. There was but a single time Alexander was spurred to action, not to change history, but to preserve it. The summoning of the Colossus and the events that followed had potentially disastrous consequence for our reality. Its fabric strained to accommodate an infinite number of potential futures separated by nary a thread. Were the wings of time to fall into the hands of the Illuminati, the repercussions would be dire indeed. History would be rewritten over and over again, each time bleeding the land of ether, and in the end, the Colossus would usher in another calamity. To prevent this tragedy, to preserve the circle of time as it had already been set in motion, Alexander sent forth a humble servant to do its bidding. A clockwork curl, an eternal child, to gently nudge history back into its proper path. And now, but one task remains. Having become one with the horn, the core is well nigh indestructible. It would only regrow itself until it bled the world dry, and so we must heed Alexander's wish and seal it away, far from the reach of man. A closed pocket of space-time, a fraction of an instant that will repeat in perpetuity for all eternity. That is where the core must go, and us with it. Don't you see, my love? We are already there, in coming here, to you. I have closed the circle of time. I'm all but certain of it. When I accepted the horn all those years ago, the man who gave it to me said that it had the power to grant any wish, and so, as I took it in hand, I prayed and prayed with every ounce of my will for the one true desire in my heart. To be with you, forever. Aww. Alright, we shut it down. Look at this, Gav. It's as if everything inside the barrier is frozen in time. I'll have to ask the chief what he makes of this. Oh, let's eat another egg. Round Rocks is back in Idleshire with the chief. Everyone's safe and sound, except for Mead, that is. Poor lass always had a flair for the dramatic, but to think she'd throw herself into the core. It's odd, though. I could have sworn I heard her voice in there saying the Colossus would trouble us no more, or something of the sort. And for what it's worth, it has been sleeping like a baby ever since we got out. And that's not the half of it. Take a closer look inside the barrier, Gav. It's like time is standing still. Buggered if I know what it all means, but I'd like to believe Mead and her love somehow sealed away the core for us. Softens the blow a bit, you know? Yeah, you guessed right, Biggs. Ooh, we get all of these. Nice. Biggs has been reflecting on your final confrontation. Phew. I'm still not sure how we managed it, but I'm just happy to be out of that God's forsaken place in one piece. Of course, it's a damn shame what happened to Mead. Hold on a moment. Gav. She's what? Aye, aye, Chief. Leave it to us. The piano work out here is phenomenal. Bloody hell's Gav. Round Rock's gone missing. I've been worried sick about the poor lass ever since we got back. I mean, how would you feel if you saw your best friend throw herself into a running machine? I'll wager she's run off somewhere where the two of them used to frequent together. Wedge and I'll have a look around here. Why don't you search the collector's quarters? Come on, let's find her before she gets herself into any more trouble. Search for Round Rocks. Okay, I see where she's at. Oh, I know, right? Their pianist that they use for this music is just unbelievably talented. Just phenomenal. Oh, it is Uplander. Why does Uplander come to this place? Roundrocks is sorry for worrying Uplanders. Roundrocks just wants to go to a quiet place and do some back thinking. Running out of giant whirlycogs, Roundrocks feels something rattling in pocket, so Roundrocks reaches in and cannot believe what she finds. Rattling thing is glowstone. Roundrocks' favoriteest treasure. But it is dark. Even with many tryings, glowstone does not glow for Roundrocks. Not anymore. Sid says, "There you are, child. We were worried sick about you." "What's that, Gav?" "It's ought to miss." The Codex no longer responds to her touch? Intriguing, if not entirely surprising. Were I to guess, I would hazard that it's because this experience has served to open her eyes. The Enigma Codex was born from one man's all-consuming pursuit of perfection, its knowledge sealed off from any who labored even a sliver of doubt its knowledge sealed off from any who harbored even a sliver of doubt as to the merits of the ideals it espoused. Quick thinks, Mead in her youth, Roundrocks. Though their reasons might differ, arrogance, youthful idealism, childish innocence, none thought to question the words within, and so the Codex opened itself to them. But now Roundrocks has seen with her own eyes what blind devotion to ideals can bring. Y'shtola says, "And she is not the naive child she was before." Aye, it's all well and good to dream of building something perfect, but sooner or later you have to stop dreaming and start doing, hammering it together by your own hand and with your own blood, sweat, and tears. In so doing, you are forced to confront your own feelings and deal with your frustration at the world's unfortunate habit of falling below expectations. That's true, man. I mean, the world is an imperfect place, and, it doesn't live up to the ideals all the time. Hells, there may come a time when you just want to tear the whole bloody thing apart and start again, but more often than not, you emerge from it all with something you can hold on to and carry with you into the future, and that will do a damn sight more for you than any starry-eyed ideal. Roundrocks understands. Roundrocks will collect more and more junk, build city of great treasures with own hands. There you go. Roundrocks has just one wish. Not glowing glowstone is piece of Mead's dream. Roundrocks would give back to Mead. Y'shtola says, "A noble wish, child. Would that we could grant it, but I fear the steel giant and all that lies within that barrier is far beyond the reach of mortal hands." Sid says, "Frozen in a single moment until the end of time. That's a fate I'd not wish on anyone." Mew! "Well, look who it is," said Sid. "You have a real knack for turning up underfoot, don't you?" I'm reminded of the apparent ease with which this little curl seems to slip in and out of the Colossus. Were it not for the small matter of time having stopped in there, I'd send her in with Roundrocks' glowstone without a moment's hesitation. Mew, mew. Yes. 2 mews? Might that suggest a willingness to try? Says Y'shtola. Mew, mew. Says Shanoa. I'm not sure where Shanoa's carrying it, but okay. It says, "Giving a stone to a cat in hopes of delivering it to 2 souls trapped in time. Now, I think we've seen everything. Do you think those 2 will ever be free of that place?" Y'shtola says, Mayhap one day, when the perfect future they sought to bring about becomes a reality. In that sense, one might even say their fate is in our hands. Leave to Round Rocks. Round Rocks works hard, builds sparkly shining future for Mead. Stranger things have happened. Jola says, as shall we, child, and with that, Gav, we must take our leave. For all you have done to stave off yet another primal threat, you have our gratitude. Sid says, I contacted Biggs and Wedge to let them know that they can call off the search. Needless to say, they were relieved to hear that Round Rocks is safe. It was also a matter they were looking to discuss with you. They said they'd be waiting for you back at the shortstop. Yashtola says, if you will be returning to the shortstop, I would ask a small favor for you as well. Pray, deliver this volume to Backrix, and tell him I believe it is that which he seeks. Till next we meet, Gav. There's music in this game. Yes, there is. A lot of fantastic music. Fantastic. Round Rocks. Round Rocks is sorry for making troubles. Round Rocks will be good, Gabby. Play here with Bitty Bobs. Okay. Big says, thank goodness Round Rocks is safe. With all the Illuminati stragglers running about, I feared the worst. The girl could at least have the courtesy to tell someone before she goes wandering off like that. Here we are, then, at the end of yet another harrowing journey, and still with all our important bits to boot. I don't want to know about your important bits, Wedge. There are some things I just don't need to know. Alright, wait! My favorite wrench! Oh, dear. I hope it isn't lost in time and space somewhere. I love the Shadow Gwibber music. I love like bombastic choral pieces, like, you know, Carmina Burana's O Fortuna is fantastic. Sea Symphony is great. One of the hardest pieces I've ever sung in a choir. Most of it's fairly easy, but there are a few pieces in there I went, I have no flipping clue what to do in this section. It took me forever to kind of nail it down. Now, Round Rocks is safe at shortstop, and Backrix is easy breathing. Uplanders have thanks of Backrix. Uplanders bring present for Backrix? Yeah, the weathered manuscript. Judging from the wear and tear of the parchment, this elegantly penned document entrusted to you by Yashtola appears to be quite ancient. Well, it's been going back and forth in time a few bazillion years. This is Charlian legend book from Yashtola. Backrix has waited for legend book for a long time. Backrix has been reading about many things, about Enigma Codex and blue-haired Uplander that writes it. Maybe these knowings will save Gobbyflock from giant Whirlycogs, thinks Backrix. Now, giant of Whirlycogs sleeps and Gobbyflock is safe. But still, Backrix would fill Braincase with knowings, fill pages of a Watcher book with data. Let Backrix see. Yes, it is just as Backrix. Are Backrix's eyes playing tricks on him? Oh, are you feeling all right there? You look like you've seen a ghost. Page tells fairy legend of Hotgo tribe, uplanders of blue hair. Many, many, many years ago, in old times, 2 children, boy and girl, outstepped from belly of giant or great steel giant. 2 children grow to man and woman, become father and mother of great people of Hotgo. Names of 2 are Dayan and Mead. Look at hand drawing. Their even faces are same looking. Well, how cool is that? Egads, if that's our Mead and Dayan, why, that means that one day they'll be freed from their fate and reborn far, far in the past. So, after searching for near an eternity, they finally found the perfect world they were searching for? It may be just a fairy tale, but I, for one, would like to believe it. And fairy legend goes on. 2 children step out of steel giant holding small stone. Stone is dark when sitting on ground, but holds stone in hand and shiny lights. Round Rock says, glowstone of Round Rocks. Wedge says, let me see if I have this straight. The codex fragment you gave to that curl a few moments ago now features in a legend from ages past. That can't be possible, can it? Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Sure, it's fantasy, why not? Big says, at this point, I'm about ready to believe bleeding anything. But that reminds me, there was something I wanted to ask you, Gav. Remember when we went into the core and almost got our arses fried by that Colossus inside a Colossus? Well, I felt the strangest sensation that I don't want to know. I don't want to know. But you're going to tell me anyway. A feeling that chilled me to the bone, as if something terrible had happened and I couldn't for the life of me remember. I felt it too, says Wedge. So tell us, did you see anything when you were going in and out of time? Do you have any idea what happened to us while Quick Things was spinning the hands of the clock? I'm afraid I do. You're afraid you do? Well, that's not ominous in the least. On second thought, how about you don't tell us? Thank you very much. You'll get no arguments from me. There are some secrets better left secret, and from the look on Gav's face, I reckon this is one of them. Anyway, it had seemed this long and thoroughly mind-boggling battle of ours has finally come to an end. Of course, there's still plenty of work to be done, and now that Quick Things is out of the picture, I've got high hopes that Round Rocks and her friends will one day build their shining kingdom of rubbish and refuse. Gotta make a trash heap. That's my chief goal in life. Speaking of work, we'd better get back to it before the chief catches us chattering. Always a pleasure, Gav. Till next time. City of Junk. Yeah. My FC mates are chatting in chat. I was clicking them too fast. Alright, I am going to take a quick break. I will be right back. Give me take a 5-minute break. Go stretch. Go get up. I gotta move around. I will be back in a few. go to Camp Overlook. Didn't realize my mic was muted again. Drives me crazy. I keep forgetting to check it. We're gonna go back to the MSQ now that we finished up. The raid series. And we're at the beast that mourned at the heart of the mountain. We're about 12 or 13-ish quests away from getting into Stormblood. Gabu says nothing. Elise says, "You're back. Gods, what a relief." Ah, there he is. Did I not tell you he would return safe and sound? The deed is done, then. Titan is no more? Good. There's been enough tragedy this day. He's been like that ever since he regained consciousness. We believe he can hear us, but he's made no attempt to respond. He is almost certainly still in shock, but we cannot discount the possibility that he succumbed to the Primal's influence. Should that prove to be the case, Elise says, he must be put to death like any other thrall. Such is the Alliance's policy, yes? Alvino says, you have the right of it. But we must not rush to conclusions. After all, we once feared that Izael's followers were beyond reason, and many have since laid down their arms and accepted Ishgard's peace. Elise says, we can but watch, wait, and pray. Do you have anything new? I know what happened. God's help me, I was there. But the thought that we might have to... Seven hells, he's just a child. Alfino would rather not worry about what may or may not come to pass. Well, sometimes you don't get a choice. Alfino says, there is naught to be gained from dwelling on an eventuality over which we have no control, much less one which may never come to pass. Let us tend to more immediate matters, informing Commander Bloyden of Titan's demise, for example. You may be certain that he will be glad of the news. Would you be so kind as to break it to him? I expect the commander would enjoy hearing the tale of Titan's defeat from the man responsible, don't you? Yeah, probably. Ah, you're a sight for sore eyes. When the others came back without you, I feared the worst, but they said you had matters well in hand. All settled then, is it? I'm glad to hear it, but not half as glad as my men'll be, believe you me. Regardless of whether or not he was summoned properly, a primal's a primal, and there ain't a soul in the maelstrom that hasn't lost a friend to one. Don't get me wrong, like, we were all prepared to do our part, but we weren't so naive as to think we'd live to tell the tale. Thankfully, of course, it didn't come to that, which, my friend, sounds to me like cause for celebration. Now, I know you lot have places to be, but why not stay the night? We'd be honored to share a glass to the triumphant return of Titan's Bane. I do believe we have that title.
Who goes there? Oh, it's you. Forgive me for straying from the camp. He hasn't been feeling too welcome, to say the least. I thought a change of scenery might do him good. But, alas. so quiet out here. The stars spread out before us, beckoning across time and space. Dawn may banish even the darkest night. How bitterly beautiful, those words. I should be stronger for all my experiences, yet my heart aches more than ever.
That happens a lot as an adult.
I never understood why Grandfather gave his life that day. I thought that if I came here, I would find the answers I needed. But when I finally laid eyes on the land he sacrificed everything to save, saw firsthand the bickering, the pettiness, I was disappointed. I was angry. I could not fathom how these people were more deserving of his love than his family, than me. Nevertheless, I had to believe he had good reason. I was determined to uncover the whole truth of the calamity and, perhaps in so doing, find my own purpose in this sea of chaos. My travels have been enlightening, but I cannot say that I have enjoyed them. I have lost count of the many petty crises that I was helpless to resolve and of the people whose actions I could not understand. There were others, of course. Good people. People with whom I felt a kinship, whose lives I could not save. I found myself asking what it was all for. Why try if I was doomed to fail in the end? But then I recalled Grandfather's words to my father, years ago, before he left Charlayan behind forever. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. We must all protect that which we hold most dear in the manner of our own choosing. We have to try, do we not? Of course, it's one thing to try and another to do. There were times while I was tracking the warriors of darkness when I faltered, when I was afraid. But then I thought of my brother, of Urianger. Oh, pray forgive me. This conversation has been rather one-sided, hasn't it? Mayhap you could recount some of your adventures in Ishgard.
It's always one-sided with the Warrior of Light, right? We could say I traveled far and wide with two companions, Astinia and Izael, who were under some rather unique circumstances, I had the pleasure to fight alongside Sir Emmerich, or when Alfino and I came at last to the Dravanian hinterlands, I kind of think he would want to talk to her about her brother.
We had no clear memories of our life in the hinterlands, having returned to the motherland as infants. Nevertheless, I am quite familiar with Master Matoya, as is every Charlayan. I should like to speak with her someday. 'Twould not surprise me if Alphino's recent maturation was at least somewhat due to her sage guidance. I would never tell him this, of course, but there have been moments when I've caught myself thinking of him as an elder brother. The hopes and dreams of so many rest on your shoulders, Warrior of Light. As long as the sun rises, we can but carry on, for the sake of those we hold dear.
Wonder how much Alfino heard there.
To what end dost thou cling to the tainted gifts of the Mother?
Every tool has its purpose. Even this. Well, what is it?
The seeds sown in Vilbrand have been plucked from the earth and left to wither. Alas, Titan's demise sufficed not to drive the kobolds to deepest desperation.
What did the man in white have to say?
That we are to proceed as he did first set forth.
Well, that's easy for him to say. It's not his bloody world on the brink of destruction, is it?
Be thou well reminded that with an end to Ishgard's unrest, naught now remaineth to preoccupy the Scion's thoughts, and thus may they devote their every energy to thwarting thee and thine. I foresee only greater difficulties ahead.
Foresee? Are you sure you don't welcome them? I'm starting to think you might hold a candle for your old friends after all.
Pray do not mistake mine intent. I but look upon the path which lieth before us with due trepidation. Shouldst thou be of like mind, pray consider then another course. For the power to invoke the ardor belongeth not unto the Ascians alone. With thine own hand strike down thine enemy, the so-called hero who would see thy home lost to light. Do but this, and thou wouldst at a single stroke disrupt the all-too delicate balance of this realm, plunging her straightways into chaos.
You do realize what you're suggesting, yes?
To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. The words of my teacher, and a creed I hold close to my heart.
Twisting the words.
Very well. Draw him out. We'll make it quick.
It shall be done. What good a creed one cannot uphold? What hurts soothed? What lives saved? Oh, hapless fool, what hast thou wrought by thine own hands? Minfilia, my friends, I shall not now beg your forgiveness. Full deeply though it paineth me to walk it, I shall not stray from my chosen path. As Moonbreeder remains steadfast, so too shall I.
Riange ever walks a very different and very often lonely path. Oh, yeah. Oh, definitely one of Alize's best speeches. She gets some great, great lines. Elfino, what ho, Gav? I trust you had a good night's rest. I was but this moment speaking with Thancred and Y'shtola via Link Pearl. I had some interesting news to share. Apparently, during the course of their respective investigations, both came across crates that had once borne Ishgardian seals. It would seem that someone in the capital has been very busy indeed. Accordingly, the Temple Knights have launched a full-scale investigation. Sir Emmerich believes that it is only a matter of time before the culprits are found, but we shall have to wait and see. In the meantime, it seems only prudent to look into the recent activities of the other tribes in case they too are flush with Ishgardian crystals. And with that in mind, I suggest we pay Urianger another... Wait. Where is Alize? She was here a moment ago with Gabu. Alright, now we gotta search for Alize. I can't remember where she went. Alright, we got the down arrow here. Oh, here she is. Does Gabu have anything? Nope. Oh, let me guess. It's time to leave, isn't it? My apologies for disappearing again. If it's any consolation, I have already packed my things. Alfino says, how is he? Brother, Commander Bloyden, something tells me you're not solely here out of concern for his welfare. But to answer your question, there has been no change. He will not speak or eat. I'm not even sure if he slept. If he did, he seems none the better for it. He just shuffles about with that same expression on his face. You will look after him, won't you, Commander, and treat him with every kindness? He's still in there, I know it. Beneath the anguish and the despair, he's still fighting with all his heart. He deserves to be given that chance until he comes back to us, until we know for certain what has become of him. Aye, you needn't worry. If he hadn't risked his neck to warn us and help you secure the better part of the crystals, this could have been turned out a damn sight worse than it did. We'll not soon forget that, nor will the Maelstrom command. I'm so sorry, Gabu. I truly am. You should never have been made to... And I know I cannot possibly understand. Mayhap there is nothing I can do or say. The pain, the anger, the helplessness. Hold fast to the memories of better times. Remember them as they were. And when it hurts so much your heart feels fit to burst, let it burst. Let it burst and fill up again with your love for them. And never, ever forget. Bloyden says, come along, little one. I will remember them. And you, Alize. Thank you. Alfino says, have faith, sister. Your words have reached him. In time, he will recover. And those who orchestrated these events will be made to answer for their crimes. A 1,000 times over, there will be a reckoning. She's got a little fire and brimstone in her that her brother lacks. Kind of fun to see. Return to the Waking Sands. With our Vesper Bay tickets. It's not flying to walls. That doesn't work too well. Ryonsei says, "We have heard the glad tidings from Ogamuro, my friends. By the grace of the 12 and your most valiant efforts, the people of Limsa Liminza may rest easy." Alphino says, "I should like to think so, yes. Though we failed to prevent the Lord of Crags from manifesting, we did succeed in weakening him, enabling our friend to dispatch him before the Warriors of Darkness could make matters worse. 'Twas by no means an unmitigated success, but it will have to suffice." Urianger said, "Then let us speak of another matter, one which weigheth heavy on my lady's mind. As thou didst request, I sought out the Jaren oracles, that we might better understand the aims of the Warriors of Darkness. Though their copious use of allegory defieth any single interpretation, the oracles paint a most disturbing picture, one of worlds parallel to our own, apart yet linked, reduced to ruin with every umbral calamity." Alphino says, 7 times have they succeeded. Then of 10 and 3, only 6 worlds remain. Ryonsei says, "Aye. All is as my lady Minfilia spake unto thee." To translate that, that's what Minfilia told us. "As for what becometh of these reflections when they and the source are rejoined," he quotes, "Frail flesh undone in umbral fires, each soul surrendereth to her call, to flow unto the endless seas, there to endure as one and none." Elisee says, Then if the Warriors of Darkness succeed, everyone in their world will die?" Urianger says, "In essence, aye. The verse speaketh of the renunciation of the flesh, and subsequent return to the life stream. However, this fate may yet be preferable to the alternative, for if the first were to fall to transcendent light in the manner the Warriors of Darkness described, it would give way unto a void wherein none may know either life or death. Far better to die, they reason, for in death there is life. The essence of a soul which returneth unto the source may be born anew, saved. Such, at least, is their belief, I surmise." Alphino says, "If that is true then, gods, no one should ever have to make such a choice." Urianger says, "Ere we speak further on this subject, I would share with thee another recent discovery. It would seem that several sizable shipments of crystals have been delivered into the hands of certain Alamegan parties." "Alamegans? Strange. And you believe this to be the work of the same Ishgardian smugglers who supplied the beast tribes?" "I know beyond a shadow of a doubt, and lest thou wonder at their motive, I would remind you that the Asians did once attempt to bring about the summoning of Rauger. The individuals who took receipt of these shipments are refugees belonging to a group devoted to the cause of Alamegan liberation. It may also interest thee to know that their Ishgardian suppliers appear to be none other than the remnants of Aline Royo's network of spies." I cannot remember how they pronounce her name. I think it's Royo. "Surely you jest," says Alphino, "and yet it is not so surprising. Bereft of leadership and hunted by the Alliance, I can well imagine such villains being desperate enough to conspire with the Asians, assuming they even know or care who their new employers are." Alphino continues, "All of which is irrelevant. Forgive me, we must seek out the resistance group which received the crystals without delay. Gav, Alize, will you come with me to Little Alamigo?" Alize says, "Yes, of course. I should like to hear what they have to say for themselves, first hand." Urianger says, "May you ever walk in the light of the crystal." Alize knows exactly what's happening with him. Thancred says, "Alphino, Alize, Gav, are you 3 listening? Good. I have tidings. The Temple Knights raided the smuggler's warehouse less than an hour ago. A cursory interrogation of the prisoners yielded confirmation that there were in the that they were in the employ of, and I hope you are sitting down, a man in black robes. Alphinaud says, Then you have them, and the crystals too? Tancred says, What few remained, aye. Regrettably, it would seem they dispatched one final shipment in the hours before we struck. 'Twas bound for Little Alamigo, we are told, where it will be received by members of a local resistance group. Since Sir Emmerich's men no longer have need of my services, I have a mind to head that way. Alphinaud says, As do we, by happy coincidence. We learned of the shipments but a few moments ago. Ha! Tancred says, And here I was thinking I might finally be one step ahead of the Warrior of Light and his little helpers. Wait a moment, there's more, and I defy you not to be surprised by this revelation. The leader of the Ishgardian smugglers was formerly in the employ of one Aline Royaux, the infamous Ivy herself. Once again, Tancred, I fear I must inform you that... Tancred, with whom else have you shared this information? About the smugglers? No one. As I think I mentioned, the raid was less than an hour ago. I was planning to contact you Stolen next, but is there someone else you would have me notify first? No, there isn't. She's not very happy with Riange. Wonder if he has anything else to say to us. And is he in the solar? Small talk. As one age endeth and another doth rise, so do our struggles wax and wane. What wouldst thou ask of me? How fares the realm? Let's see. Tataru hath told me all. Thou hast prevailed upon the Asians, and so avenged Moonbreda. Quote, Knowledge dictates expectation, and expectation colors perception. On occasion, truth may issue from the mouths of fiends and foes. Our knowledge is dwarfed by our ignorance, and what knowledge we possess hath been distorted by passage of time. But no matter how distorted our wisdom becometh, may it never be forgot that man is the master of his own destiny. The final verse of the Divine Chronicles foretelleth the destruction of the world, but if it is our fate to perish, so too is it our fate to fight. So let us fight on, as ever we have, in the hope that dawn's light will shine again and forevermore. What are the primals? So another primal hath arisen in the northern lands, one whose might transcendeth all who have gone before. And those that thou didst fell are returneth once again, imbued with the hitherto for unseen strength by the paragons. These servants of darkness continue to sow their dark seeds to ends none but they know. We must needs remain vigilant. Pray, stand ever ready to answer the call to arms, for none but thee canst prevail over the beings. Say, okay, the paragons have made stronger versions, and you're the only one who can take care of it. Got it. Alphinaud says, What in the world has gotten into her? It is twice now that we have sought Riange's aid, and twice she has treated him as if he were a stranger. The Archon was one of Grandfather's most dedicated pupils, and spent as much time at the Levailleur estate as we did. He's practically a member of the family. Truth be told, I struggled to recall a day from my childhood when I did not see the three of them laughing together. If this continues, I will have to raise the matter. Later, though, little Alamigo awaits. Well, she thinks she's being betrayed by her old, what's basically her older brother. Alfina says, still no sign of Thancred. I will get to the bottom of this. Oh, forgive me. It's been a long day. Did you have something to say? Urianger? No, I've always struggled to understand what's going on in his head, now more than ever. Listen, Gav, if anything should happen, it should be me who... Just know that I'm prepared to do what must be done. Right then, to more pressing matters. Since we have no idea when Thancred might arrive, I suggest we see what information we can gather in his absence. Let us pray that someone will be willing to speak with us about the resistance. Alfino is eager to get to work. So to review, we are reliably informed that members of the Alamegan resistance operating here have taken receipt of several large shipments of crystals, our task being to ascertain who and why. Given the size of the settlement, I find it hard to believe that anyone here would be wholly unaware of the resistance's movements. The challenge, of course, will be finding individuals who are both able and willing to share such information with outsiders. It would seem sensible to divide our forces. Gav, why don't you question the residents in the eastern half of town? Alize and I will do the same in the west, and afterwards we can rendezvous here to share our findings. Okay, let's, Alright, we got this side to tackle. Go up top, see who's up there. Odalin, the resistance? Damned if I know. It's not as I'd be of any use to them. If you sit stored up by all these tales of secret weapons, good luck to you, but I'm too old for the mask's bedtime stories. This is our lot, and it's time we got used to it. Sifrid, do not mind her. It's not that she hates you. She hates everyone. Nice. Let me guess. Come to fight, join the fight, have you? No need to deny it, friend. You're not the first to answer the Griffin's call. While he's lit a fire in every Alamegan's heart, he's also inspired more than a few Eldons to pledge themselves to the cause. And little wonder the Garleans won't stop until we're all under the yoke. The Griffin. Talabot. I see you there, going around asking questions, looking for the Griffin and his lot, I'll bet. Seems they're the talk of Little Alamigo these days. Folks wondering what he's about, what he's got in store for the Garleans. What's under that mask of his, of course. Some say he's hardly got a face, what with all the scars. Others reckon he's been marked for death by the Empire and that they'd send a bloody legion if they knew what he was here. Your guess is as good as mine. It's kind of a fun mount. Well, that was easier than expected. There's not a soul here who isn't eager to talk about our masked friends. I suppose I should ask what you learned, but I think I already know. The Griffin seems to be the leader of a newly formed faction within the Resistance, the Masks. Yet, despite their growing popularity, no one seems to know much about them, only that they are the most aggressively militant group to join the movement in recent history. Indeed, many claim their commitment to the cause of Alamegan liberation is unrivaled. We can but hope their revolutionary fervor is never channeled in the direction of a primal. Though I feel confident that this is the group which received the crystal shipments, we yet lack proof. Before taking any action, I would speak with the settlement's leader to confirm my suspicions, and mayhap enlist his help while I'm about it. Given that you and Gundabald are already acquainted, mayhap it would be best if you took the lead. Shall we? Sure. She have anything new to say? To hear people speak of him, the Griffin sounds like a man in his middle years. But if that's the case, just what has he been playing at for the past 2 decades? If he's so devoted to the cause, why has he waited until now to do something about it? Unless, of course, he hasn't. Naught would please me more than to be wrong about all of this. Gundabad says, much as it pleases me to see you again, Gav, I cannot help but wonder if I should be worried. I hear you and yours have been asking questions. Yep, we have. The Griffin. I know of him, as do we all. He and his masks have become a leading faction within the Resistance. Though there was suspicion at first, given his secretive ways, he quickly proved himself a charismatic and capable commander. Men are drawn to his passion and his vision. They truly believe that he has what it takes to lead them to victory. Even I cannot help but admire the man for what he's accomplished, but I have not forgotten Wilred. I was blind to the danger of his ambitions, and you were not. The Griffin will soon deliver a speech to our people at the sunken temple of Karn. Go and see him with your own eyes. Weigh his words with your own heart. Elfino says, oh, how convenient. 'Tis but a pity Thancred is not here to join us. Alice says, you two go on ahead. I shall stay behind and wait for him. Whatever could be keeping him? If he's taken the scenic route, leaving us to do all the hard work, I shall treat him to a piece of my mind. I bet you will, Alice. I bet you will. Alright. My mount can fly no higher. Alright, we'll go around the long way. Okay, I'm going to turn that music down just a hair longer. Background music. Has it begun already? I hear voices coming from within.
Brothers and sisters, 20 years ago, Alamigo, our home, was claimed by the Garlean Empire. In our haste to overthrow the King of Ruin, we turned a blind eye to our foes in the north. With our glorious revolution, we but laid a path for a new tyrant to succeed the old. And when confronted with our failure, we fled. Not a day goes by that I do not think of those we left behind. Think of them and feel ashamed. And I know each and every one of you feels the same. We abandoned them, our own flesh and blood, to labor till their backs gave in and their breath gave out, building the twisted steel ramparts which now mar our once majestic mountains. We abandoned them, the brave and true, to fight and die for their country, or worse, to be conscripted and sent off to rob another poor bastard of his home. We abandoned them, the meek and powerless, to bow and scrape when the Garleans pass, to sully themselves that they might live to see another day of misery.
The Black Wolf may be dead, but a new Imperial Viceroy reigns in Alamigo now. A beast not a fraction as merciful. You all know the Eorzean Alliance will do naught to oppose him. For all their promises and platitudes, they will not act if there's no profit in it. Only we can free our brothers and sisters from the Empire's tyranny, my friends. Only we have the courage to stand and fight. They have imprisoned us. They have enslaved us. And they have murdered us. But no more! Blood demands blood, and the Garleans shall pay for every drop they have spilt upon our lands. This I promise you, for we have a power within us, my friends. A power befitting our pride, our righteousness. Only join us, and we shall grant you the means to unleash it, and together we shall see the Alamigan standard raised over the mountains of Gia Arbania once more!
A power befitting their pride. Not at all ominous, that. Wait, is that...
What are you two doing here?
I could ask you the same thing.
Well, this is quite the surprise.
If you see what I see, if you feel as I...
Might I suggest we continue this conversation in more agreeable surroundings?
For it is not strength of arms that will win this battle, but strength of heart.
He wasn't wrong, but yeah. I'll agree with you on that one. I don't know, I kind of like the villains in Stormblood. Oh. We've talked to BB before. Ida. Of all the places to meet, it has to be fate. Papalimo says, Mayhap it is my imagination, but you seem rather more rugged and world-weary than when last we spoke. Alfino says, words cannot express how glad I am to see you both alive and well. Ida says, and you, though it was pretty obvious you and Gav would be fine. Papalimo says, the Crystal Braves never had a realistic chance of capturing any of the Scions, divided as they were and distrusted by the better part of Eorzea. Alfino says, but if you truly believed that, forgive me, what exactly have you two been doing all this time? Repaying a favor. After the banquet, we had no choice but to flee Ul'dah, and we would not have been able to do so without the aid of some old friends from the Resistance. Ida says, that's right. They smuggled us out of the city and sheltered us in Little Alamigo, all at great risk to themselves. Obviously, we couldn't let that go unacknowledged, so we offered to help them out with their operations for a while. Papalimo says, when we learned of the Scion's exoneration, that Lolorito had severed all ties with the Crystal Braves and that General Rauban had been reinstated, we resolved to make contact. But having long since discarded our link pearls as a precautionary measure, our options were rather limited. To make matters more complicated, we were embroiled in a delicate operation at the time, leaving me with little choice but to entrust a letter to a courier. I gather from your puzzled expressions, however, that you never received it. Ida says, to be honest, we thought this might happen. While the masks are happy to let the refugees spread the word within the community, they're pretty strict about communicating with outsiders. Oh, and we also heard a rumor that the Griffin doesn't want us meddling in his affairs. Alfino says, the Griffin mistrusts the scions of the Seventh Dawn? Curious. It is well known that we are no friends to Garlemald. One would think the man we saw beseeching all and sundry to join his cause would welcome our support. Papalimo says, I should say that the man you saw was not in fact the Griffin, but an impersonator, and a talented rabble-rouser to boot. 'Twould not surprise me if he were responsible for the majority of these public appearances. As you may have gathered, the Griffin is an extremely cautious and distrusting man who has made every effort to conceal his identity. Even when we approached in a raid under his direct command, we were not permitted to approach him. Ida says, it's hard to know what to make of it all. The secrecy, the impersonators, the masks. What? It's... They're just all looking at her, seeing as she's got a mask on. What? It's not as if I'm making all of you wear one, and mine only covers half my face. It's completely different. Sure, Ida. Sure. Anyway, when we heard the Griffin was due to give a speech, we thought it might be a good opportunity to get a better sense of the man behind the, to get a better sense of the man. For all the good it did. And now you've heard the whole of it, but tell me, what prompted you to take an interest in the Griffin? Summoning? You're not serious. I can't believe it. The Resistance would never even entertain such a ridiculous plan, but the Griffin... Well, the man is an enigma. I cannot say with any confidence what he would or would not do. What I can say, however, is that the speech we heard today was not the first to make reference to a, quote, power capable of defeating the Empire. The masks have made many such claims of late. I confess I had assumed it to be mere bluster, but in the context of the shipments of which you spoke, it is not impossible that they are alluding to a primal. Whatever it is, we'll find out together, and if anyone tries to stop us, they'll answer to me. Indeed, that is, assuming you'll have us. Like we'd say no. Ida says, do you honestly think he's planning to liberate Alamigo with the help of a primal? I mean, could he really be that stupid? Well, yeah. Desperate men and desperate times and all that, you know. In retrospect, their tale is not so surprising. We had reason to believe that they had escaped with the aid of Alamigan refugees, after all. Still, Tataru will be delighted to hear that we have been reunited, once we have attended to matters here, of course. We can get Floniard. I have no idea what that is. Lotin Cordon Bleu and Spaghetti Pescatori. I'll probably take the Elegant silver piece. Pablimo has a mind to learn the Griffin's true intentions. If, as you suggest or suspect, the Griffin is indeed plotting to summon a primal, we must needs obtain confirmation while there is yet time to react. To that end, I propose we question his double. Given his role as the group's de facto mouthpiece, I should not be surprised if he were one of the Griffin's closest associates, and while he may not be aware of the most sensitive details, he can probably tell us the mask's plans in broad strokes. Like the man whom he impersonates, however, he is wary of outsiders. He will not expose himself without a suitable incentive. My plan is as follows. You and Alfino will pose as adventurers fallen on hard times, inspired by his words to take up arms for a noble cause. Ida and I, as members of the Resistance, will recount tales of your past achievements and testify as to your usefulness in the struggles ahead. With our enthusiastic assurances still ringing in his ears, he will decide to welcome you in person, and we will arrange a meeting. You will need to look the part, that we might maintain the charade. Until we have him cornered, at least, Here, this should be enough to purchase suitable garments from Talbot and to have him rub a respectable amount of dirt on them for good measure. Any questions? It all seems simple enough. Thank you, says Alphino. And with that, Gav, let us be off. Alright. Talbot has an assortment of affordable clothing, which he sells to the refugees. The sum in that sack should more than suffice, but if it and my name are not enough to secure his cooperation, pay him double. I shall see that you are recompensed. Our identities will be revealed, but it can't be helped. You don't have time for a clever approach. Alright, let's go back to little Alamigo. I'm too lazy to fly. Well, don't look at me. You're the one with the sack of gil. You do have the sack of gil, don't you? Some of these optional dialogue choices are hilarious. Eh, you want to buy what? I don't know what you're up to, but I want no part of it. Sack of gil, a heavy leather pouch entrusted to you by Papalymo. Not all problems can be solved with a fistful of gil. For the rest, one must needs resort to a sack. Well, you're the ones with the gil, and seeing as your friend's a Papalymo. There, tunic and slops for the both of you, tailored and, treated to your taste. Now, off with you before someone sees us together. Don't tell me you lost them. Dolls, balls, man! I'll give you another set if you did, but let's not make a habit of this. Alright, weathered shepherd's tunic and slops. We gotta put these on again. Unable to change gear. Insufficient armory space. I don't have room. Oh my god. Actually, I don't think I need that one anymore. Alright, we can get that out. Doesn't look like we need that one anymore either. Okay. Some of these I probably should put into my glamour dresser to save for later. Holy rainbow bottoms. Holy rainbow bottoms, Batman. Gotta hang on to some of those. I can't remember if I need those or not. Hats, hats, and more hats. Thank goodness they give us extra room for the rings. Jeez. Of course, you gotta have 2 per person, right? Not just 1. I wish they could combine that into 1. Although that would, you know, affect stat balance and all that jazz at endgame. Anyway. Alphino says, clothes maketh the man, as they say. Right then, I will go and change and see you at the spot Peplimo marked on our maps. While wearing the weathered tunic and slops, speak with Alphino. Wonder if I can change right back into my regular gear then. Well, look at us, says Alphino. A pair of down-at-heel adventurers seeking a chance to recapture past glories. Yes, this should suffice. And now we play the waiting game. Like, the Warrior of Light is never going to be, you know, never going to be figured out.
My thanks, comrades. You must be the esteemed adventurers of whom I've heard so much. I understand you have taken an interest in our cause.
A great interest, you might say. Your words have certainly made quite an impression on my friend and I. The Resistance has long, and some would say wisely, avoided open engagements with the Garleans, but you and yours seem confident against the world in arms. I can only assume you have good reason to be so bold. Why, one might even think you are planning to summon a primal. Because that would do much to explain the sizable shipment of crystals you recently received from your smuggler friends, whom our Ishgardian allies have since detained, lest you wonder.
I'd like to hear more about the Griffin. The real Griffin. Your performance earlier didn't fool us.
Ah, the famous scions of the Seventh Dawn. I should have known better than to think I could conceal the truth from you lot. You are right. I am not the Griffin, but I speak with his voice, and it was at his behest that we procured those crystals. You are wrong, however, if you think that we procured them to summon a primal. We used them to reach an accord with the Amalja. In exchange for crystals to summon their god, they will aid us in the fight for Alamegan liberation.
You've got to be joking. Have you gone completely mad? When people find out you helped the Lizardmen summon Ifrit, they'll turn on the Resistance. Alamigo will never be free.
This isn't a fairy tale, girl. We don't have the luxury to play at being honorable heroes. It's because the likes of you wouldn't sully your saintly hands that Alamigo's been under the yoke for the past 20 years. But the Griffin won't stand for it, and neither will we. We're ready to do whatever it takes.
What proof do you have of this arrangement with the Amalja?
What? Aside from a lack of crystals? None. But the beastmen have a great big pile of the things if you fancy looking. You might want to hurry, though. It'll not be long before they summon their god. Search our camp if you don't believe me. We have naught to hide.
If there is a cache to be found, Ida and I will find it.
Then let us be off. Are you perchance the Warrior of Light? Aye. I thought so. You should know that a great many who have joined us did so because you saved them. Because you showed them that one brave man can make a difference. You saved me too once. Helped a friend over in Quarry Mill make some medicine I needed. But that was a lifetime ago. On behalf of my brothers and sisters, I thank you. You gave us hope where there was none, courage and strength when all was lost. We shall not squander your gift.
I know that look, Ida, and I do not like it. You cannot seriously be contemplating taking up arms with that band of cutthroats.
I just...
If the Griffin and his men have their way, it is only a matter of time before the situation in Alamigo comes to a head. Your homeland's future teeters on a knife edge, and any reckless action, however small, could have irrevocable consequences. You mustn't lose sight of that, Ida. When the time comes, we must all make our choices, but we must do so in full possession of the facts. Now, let us away. There is work to be done.
Quarry Mill, he said. Do you remember? Actually, I do remember. I do remember. Forgive me, you cannot be expected to recall every name and face, and besides, it's not as if it matters. I've long admired how you live in the present, how you focus on the problems at hand, and always keep moving forward. So let us keep moving forward together, Gav. We must find and rescue those crystals. There is no time for looking back. I'm going to put my other clothes back on before I get into any kind of craziness. Elfino would keep moving forward. One life for one world. Okay. If we take the Griffin's double at his word, then the crystals are now somewhere within Zaharik, ready to be put to use by the Amalja. We must apprise Alize of all that we have learned. I will join you both in Little Alamigo after I have changed. Well, I already did that, man. I like it. He just can't go behind a rock and change, right? He has to go back to the town so he can have a little privacy. Changes clothes. He's never been camping very long. All right, speak with Alize. I don't feel like running back there. Elfino says, that's much better. Subterfuge was never my strong suit. You are prepared for battle, then? Thankford says, kept you waiting, eh? My apologies. Alize. Now that Thancred has finally arrived, mayhap you could share your latest findings? Thancred says, you mean to tell me that while we were worrying ourselves sick, Ida and Papalymo were here all along? Well, your Stola will be relieved and also angry. Mainly angry, I should think. Yeah, mainly angry. As for the crystals, what choice do we have? We cannot very well leave them in the hands of the Amalja. For all we know, they could be preparing to summon Ifrit even as we speak. We must make for Zaharak without delay. Efinos says, agreed. If there is naught else to discuss, let us depart at once. Yep. Masked man, and so they go forth, in accordance with the Griffin's plan. The players gather to assume their marks on a stage wreathed in flame. Ere long the curtain shall rise, and the drama of which I am author, gods forgive me, shall at last be performed. Naught else remaineth, save to stand at the ready and pray that the chance is seized. For never shall we know its like again. Alright, Urianger, what are you playing at, man? One life for one world. Let's look and see, that's the instance duty. All right. All seems calm here. Is it possible that we have been deceived? Ingrid says, you'd think there would be more obvious signs that something was afoot. But if anything, this place seems quieter than I remember it. I have a bad feeling about this. I have a bad feeling about this. Koji Fox, obviously, likes Star Wars. Let's eat some food. I confess, I expected a warmer greeting, but we must not jump to conclusions. Not until we have braved the Bowl of Embers. We must be ready to engage the enemy at any moment. If you would make any final preparations, pray do so now. I will await your signal. Alright, make sure to have enough time for these. There are going to be several cutscenes. Enjoy them. Okay. And, of course, there'll be fighting, because it's a duty, right? Wait. Unable to commence duty as disciple of land or hand or while in a party. Oh, okay. I gotta leave party.
This isn't right. The Emulger would never leave this place so poorly guarded.
It's a trap.
Not willingly, no.
Ah, the saviors of Eorzea. Slow as ever.
By the 12. Will you never learn?
You know, you're right. Mayhap it is time for a change of tack. Killing primals, tormenting beastmen, hastening the birth of a new god. It's all a bit much, isn't it? And frankly, we don't have the leisure to do it. But killing the Warrior of Light, on the other hand, that would soon plunge Eorzea into chaos. One life for one world. A fair exchange! Wouldn't you agree?
Lest you forget, you've more than one opponent.
Carbuncle! Defend me!
Caught it in its teeth.
I sense you will offer more than mere target practice. Unlike your sister.
Nice. I've forgotten all about that.
Alizé!
Did I not tell you, Alphino? I am not the girl I once was. My brother was always the clever one, while my talents lay elsewhere. If you would dare to stand against us, to destroy all that we hold dear, then you shall die by my sword.
Nice. It's going, yeah, Alizé. Alright. You want to defeat the Devout of Darkness first. Stay out of poo. I'm going to do the Knight.
You shall fall soon enough.
Oh, we will not be denied so easily. So. Yeah, you want to take that marker to the edge as much as you can.
ends now. What?
The chains!
You snake! You would betray us as well?
He that holdeth fast unto his convictions shall never count betrayal amongst his crimes, though all the world may call him villain. My path is unchanged, my creed sacrosanct. This I believe with all my heart. But say, warrior of darkness, and speak true, what dost thou believe? That rendering up the souls of thy world in service to the rejoining will grant it salvation? Nay.
By the 12! Oriange!
Mine apologies, Master Alphino. That the brightest light might shine, duty did compel me to walk in darkest shade.
Double agent, gotta love it.
You sweet fool. I was almost willing to believe you had turned against us. I expect a full explanation when this is over. For now, may I assume you have turned your cloak for the last time?
Thou mayest, my lady. By thy leave.
Even odds, then. No matter. We'll crush the lot of you in one fell swoop!
Understood.
I can't make out who he is.
Hearken to me. We only have one chance. Channel your ether into my blade that I might strike before the mage casts his spell. I cannot do it alone, but together we can defeat them. Make ready! They come!
We're gonna ignore everything except the devout and the knight.
The ether! It's not enough!
Okay. You feel the ether welling up in you. Too far away. Oh, come on. I'm like standing right on it. Really? Really, game? Come on.
I can feel it. Just a little more.
We gotta take care of the ranger here. She's channeled to it.
Hurry it up, neighbor!
Take that away again. Ah, I got interrupted.
Not like this.
Alize, are you hurt?
A touch dizzy, but otherwise fine. Thank you.
And there you have it. Our friend is too stubborn to die.
We are far from finished. Or have you never considered how we came to this world?
Crystals? You mean, like the Ascians?
Just so. As the Ascians flee unto the rift twixt planes with crystals of darkness, so did these warriors come hither with crystals of light.
Eloquent, as always. Aye, like the Ascians, we too are beyond death. You cannot defeat that which is eternal.
Wait! Such methods as the Ascians employ require the renunciation of the flesh. You would have had to...
At long last, you see. To save our world, we gave our lives. We were just adventurers trying to make our way. An odd job here, a favor there. We never aspired to be warriors of light. But word of our deeds spread, and soon people were calling us heroes. They placed their hopes and dreams on our shoulders, and bid us fight for all that was good and right. We fought, and we fought, and we fought, until there was no one left to fight. We won! And now our world is being erased from existence. We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this. You of all people should understand. We will not falter. We brought our world to the brink of destruction, and now we must save it.
I've died before, Arbet. I'm not afraid to die again.
No matter how many times we fall, we must rise and carry on the fight for those we left behind.
To have known the depth of sorrow and embraced the highest sacrifice. Nonetheless, Master Louis-Sois, guide my hand, I pray you, as fate's thread spinneth upon this most capricious spindle. Quickly! Thou must needs invoke the power of thy crystal.
What is this place?
Such pain. Such sorrow. Oh, my dear children.
It can't be.
Mother Heidelin, hearken unto your children's plea. From two worlds do we gather, and from two worlds do we offer a bounty of light. In this desperate hour we do beseech your intercession. We beg an audience with the word of the Mother, with your chosen Minfilia.
Your cries go not unheard, nor your sacrifices unnoticed. Though many are lost, there are those we can yet save, whom I can yet save.
Minfilia!
Blessed children of the First, the light of your world hath grown blinding in its radiance, but it is not yet absolute. I will hie me to your world, and there take unto myself the light which riseth even now to drown it, as darkness once did drown another.
Now you deign to answer our prayers? I will suffer this farce no longer!
As the Ascians must serve as instruments of Zodiark's will, so too must others carry out the will of Hydaelyn. But for the boon you have granted her, she has grown strong enough to set me free, that I might serve as her emissary. Your suffering, your sacrifice, your supplications, she has heard all. We will not let the first fall to light. Thank you, Urianger, for bringing everyone here. It fills my heart with joy to look upon the faces of my friends once more.
In taking you unto her bosom, I knew that Hydaelyn had bequeathed to you a sliver of her grace, granting you strength long sought. And in treating with the Ascians, I learnt of a star like unto our own, a doomed world of fallen heroes, in whom I glimpsed ourselves, the first. Full long did I search for a means to save this world, concluding at the last that the answer lay in the power of blessed crystals. And thus did I labor to set light against dark. Yet I knew from the beginning that this salvation would not come without sacrifice. For the instrument of the first's deliverance would of necessity be required to journey thither, there to remain, mayhap forever.
You orchestrated all of this, not to save her, but to send her away!
One life for one world. Such was the bargain, and you the coin, though it were not mine to spend.
Have we not walked together in the light of the crystal, and at her bidding borne witness to the joys and sorrows of this land? Each and every one of you knows my heart. If this be the price I must pay, I pay it gladly.
You would go alone, then?
My dearest Thancred, you who have ever watched over me, I am truly grateful for all you have done on my behalf, as would my father be. Your kindness, your compassion, your love. These are your gifts to me, and our gifts to them, forming a bond which transcends time and space.
Sometimes I forget you are not the child I once knew. Make me proud.
Long have I watched you from Hydaelyn's side, watched as you nurtured and kept safe the light of the dawn. The dark recesses of the world hide untold secrets and dangers. Thus do I entrust to you, Tupsimati. I pray you, keep to the path that you may never have need of it.
Would seem the power of our crystals is all but spent. Perhaps, if there is naught else to be done.
Hear me, servant of Hydaelyn. If you would have us place our trust in you, then I would ask a favor. Take us with you. Take us home. We were blind to the truth once, so I tell you this, as one fool to another. Light, dark, it doesn't matter. What matters is how much you choose to use them. We made our choice of seeking consequences. We'll forge a different path. Seize a better fate.
It is a strange feeling. So many times have I watched you depart, my heart filled with worry. And ever did you return to me in triumph. Someday, when I have found a way to free this star from her sorrow, I promise you I shall repay the favor. Thank you, Lemmy, for everything.
Hurry it up, Nailbert. Alright, what does Elizade have to say? Though things did not unfold as perhaps, I mean to say, I truly believe that she... Forgive me, I should not have spoken. It is not my place. Speak thy mind. I do not expect thy forgiveness. Thancred doesn't have anything to say there. It would seem we are in southern Danalan again. Minfilia's doing, no doubt. May the 12 speed her on her way, and the warriors of darkness, too. I cannot help but wonder what awaits those wayward souls. If they give their lives in order to travel to the source, then in returning to the first, would they not... But mayhap that was their wish. We should talk about what to do next. Speak thy mind. Let's see if Thancred has anything. Nope, not yet. Elfino seems to be at a loss for words. Forgive me, my thoughts were elsewhere, and this when I know full well there's yet work to be done. The crystals. Thancred says, leave them to me. I will go back into Zaharak and secure them. The Amalja will still be in disarray after the thrashing the warriors of darkness gave them. They are not like to notice a lone bard skulking about. But, Thancred, you... don't have to do this, I know, but I want to. I will see you at the Rising Stones. Elfino says, I should go and find Ida and Papalymo. They must have finished searching the mass camp by now. Not that it matters anymore. You must be tired, Gav. I know I am. Rianji said, If thou wilt permit me, my lady, I would ask a question. When didst thou become aware of mine independent pursuits? Ellie says, When I saw you meeting with the Warrior of Darkness and the Ascian in white at the Great Library. I tried not to think the worst. You've never been one to confide in others, so I knew that even were your intentions pure, you would not share your plans with us until you felt the time was right. But I cannot deny that a part of me feared you had simply betrayed us. Rianji said, Would that there had been another way. Know that I took no pleasure in deceiving thee, and that these sins will forever weigh heavy on my heart. Elise says, I understand why you did what you did, that you had but sought to achieve the greatest good while inflicting the least harm. Not many would have the courage to make that choice. But even knowing what came of your actions, I find that I cannot condone them. I'm sorry. Gav, forgive me, but I believe the events of the day have taken their toll on me. I should like to rest for a while. Rianji said, If thou wilt grant me leave, I would gladly escort thee into a refuge of thine own choosing. Once my lady hath regained her strength, we shall join thee at the Rising Stones. Until then, Warrior of Light. Alright, where do we gotta go find Papalymo? Speak with Papalymo. It's in Little Alamigo. At least I think he's in Little Alamigo. There we are. Elfino says, I have yet to tell them what happened in Zaharik. I thought it best to do so together. Ida says, Oh, there you are. We've finished our search, in case you were wondering. Well met, Gav. Elfino said you would be joining us. 'Twould seem the Griffin's double was telling the truth insofar as we found nothing resembling a sizable cache of crystals in the mask's camp. Did you perchance find one in Zaharik? Oh, we found 5. Actually... I don't believe it. The crystals, Minfilia, all of it. It's just... I don't know what it is. Elfino says, I sympathize, Ida. Even now I struggled to comprehend that which I saw. The only thing I can say with any certainty is that I feel blessed to have been granted a final chance to speak with her. 'Twas bittersweet, aye, but also affirming. Elfino, I believe it is past time Ida and I rejoined the Scions. We have been away for far too long. Though I am loath to leave the Griffin to his own devices, I feel our investigation would benefit from your more dispassionate perspectives, and I hope that we might in turn offer our opinions on the many challenges that you have faced in our absence. Gods, it's been absolutely ages, hasn't it? I can't wait to hear about everyone's adventures. Elfino says, we should be glad to recount them, and Tataru's tales may well surprise you. Yeah. Gundabald, Ida? Ida, Rauger be praised, it's you! Ida, alive and standing here before me in the flesh. I can hardly believe my eyes. Oh, come now. Has it really been so long that you don't remember me? It's Gundabald. I fought beside your father in the revolution. Do not think less of her friends. It's been 20 years since the occupation sent us our separate ways, but the resistance were always welcome in little Alamigo. They gave us hope, and young Ida most of all. Ida here was always full of fire, ever the first to volunteer for a mission. Until the day she up and vanished, that is. There were rumors, and we feared the worst, but here you are, alive and well, looking nary a day older. Well, what can I say? I'm sorry for running off like that and making you all worry. It's a long story, but you see, I got involved with my friends here, the Scions. Oh, sorry, we were still the Circle of Knowing back then, right? Anyway, I wanted to come back and tell you, but it was all very secretive stuff at the time, and as you can see, I'm completely fine. I know we've got a lot to talk about, and we will, but right now I've got to hurry back to our headquarters. My friends are expecting me. Pray forgive her, it's been a very long day for us all. I hope we will visit again at the first opportunity. Let us return to the Rising Stones. Hells take me for giving you that mask. Alright, speak with... Yeah, right? A parent should never have to say goodbye to their child, that's all. Oh, we're in Revenant's Toll. And, I don't know if you can fully grasp that. I worked at a children's hospital, and sometimes parents had to say goodbye to their children. And it's a horrible thing. And I don't think you appreciate it until you're a parent yourself. Alice appears really. I'll start crying again thinking about this. Alice appears relieved by your appearance. Greetings, Gav. I am ever glad to see you pass through the seventh heaven with purposeful stride. Though one of my more That's Nilebert? Yeah. Hey, Christy. I am ever glad to see you pass through the seventh heaven with purposeful stride, although one of my more persistent patrons will be gladder still. I've been requested to direct you into his presence at your earliest convenience. If you've a moment to spare from saving the realm, pray rescue my establishment from the piteous mewling of a story-starved minstrel. I'm glad I talked to her first. Gav, I have subsisted on the scraps of travelers, all but wasting away whilst I awaited the full repasts that only you can provide. They say you brought an end to 1,000 years of war, that the great worm Nidhogg shall no more darken the skies of Ishgard. But the dragon's song must have a final verse. I beg of you, feed me every morsel. I shall devour every sight, every sound, every blow that you landed upon its scaly hide. What glorious fare! Brother set against brother, a fallen companion saved. I am revived and restored, and my fingers ache to strum the score. Eternal is a dragon's woe, unceasing doth his anguish flow. Yet for the walls of Ishgard high, 'gainst blood did Hraesvelgr ally. Eternal is a dragon's rage, dread Nidhogg's wrath did span an age. Yet by his hated brother's eye did light quell shade and vengeance die. What say you? Does your blood not quicken at the tale's retelling? One might accuse the language of being overly flowery, but epic deeds demand epic depictions. Do you not agree? A refrain for the undaunted. The Wandering Minstrel craves tales of your adventures inside the Steel Colossus to rouse his muse once more. A wondrous tale is on the lips of every adventurer in this tavern, the details of which even I can scarce believe. They say that within the rusting relic that straddles the Thaliac, a hero met with a company of warriors wrought from solid steel. Yep, that's us, we did it. I rather thought it might be you. And you say you crossed swords with these dreaded automata? Splendid, tell me everything. Let me hear the sounds of battle echoing through that giant's iron innards. Your story stirs my muse from her slumber. To think that the goblins would contrive mechanical soldiers that could themselves combine to form a veritable walking fortress, and within a walking fortress, no less. The tales of my boyfriend were not half as fascinating. Oh, the tales of my boyhood. That changes the meaning of the sentence a little bit. The tales of my boyhood were not half as fascinating. Your tale reminds me of another. That of the three great kings, Alexander, Midas, and Gordius, whose names by now seem rather familiar. Covetous to the core, they spent their lives in a fever of conquest, never for a moment satisfied with their lot. That an ambulating paradise of wisdom and erudition should honor their memory is curious indeed. I can only assume that the genius who conceived it was possessed of a wicked sense of humor. Oh, a story so steeped in myth could scarce fail to stir the spirit of song within me. Lend me your ear, friend, that I might regale you with a tale of your own adventure. In the giant's iron innards the goblins did toil, through sunrise and sunset intruders to foil, till the limb of their lodging did chance to awake, a path for our weariless hero to make. And thus did he aim for the beast's second heart, cleaving both it and its keepers apart. Yet in spite of his triumph, the goblins all laughed, and by means lost to meaning in victory basked. Yea, the giant of steel was far more than it seemed, with power beyond knowing, potential ungleaned. And thus was our hero compelled to withdraw, resolved to return and do battle once more. There! A courageous struggle, rendered in the naive style, recalling the fantastical tales of youth. But tell me true, did I capture the spirit of your journey? I took certain liberties, of course, but then such poems must do more than simply portray an event. They must tantalize the senses and stimulate the imagination. The hymn of battle is as old as time itself, but sung from the heart, it can inspire even the meekest soul to greatness. How do I think the poem will end? I was hoping you might tell me. Suffice it to say, I very much look forward to finding out. Ooh. But wait, there's more. Who lives, who dies, who retells your story? The Wandering Minstrel seeks inspiration for a new masterpiece that believes the tale of your ultimate confrontation with the Colossus might very well provide it. Well met, friend. Might you perchance be able to shed some light on a most remarkable rumor that has reached mine ears? That of a time-straddling hero who did rescue the Gabi flock of Idleshire from a future most dire? Ah, but the 12 smile upon me today. 'Tis a stirring tale indeed, and one made more affecting by the unadorned manner in which you tell it. A struggle for the future so grand as to span the boundaries of time and space. Would that I had been there to witness it with mine own eyes. I must say, mine interest was especially piqued by the part about turning back time. If I understand correctly, had you triumphed over the giant only for the goblins to reverse the flow of time, thereby compelling you to do battle over and over and over again, the Primal's power would have grown to nigh infinite proportions. While we must all thank the 12 that you and your companions were able to break the vicious cycle, as a performer, I must confess to some curiosity over how the final battle with such a foe might unfold. Not that I want for inspiration, of course. Your tale is more than sufficient. Why, even now my muse stirs within me. Hearken unto her song. In the breast of the giant a crystal did stand, whose hunger for ether spelled death for the land. And thus did our hero swear never to cease, till he'd torn out the heart of the great metal beast. Yet for all of his labors, both bruising and brave, the goblin stood poised to make history their slave. The giant, however, had plans of its own, and plucked from the goblins their dreams of home. For it saw but one way to set history right, a champion of ages, a hero of light. So the giant now sleeps as it did once before, in a moment repeated, forever and more. You don't want to see Yoshi's boyhood? I'm sure it was something that... It had to be something pretty significant to create such an imagination in the man. You will forgive me if I took certain liberties in my retelling of your tale. My audience are a demanding lot, and they have come to expect a certain grandeur from my work. Mine only regret is that I was not able to weave every remarkable detail of this most improbable adventure of yours into my humble composition. Of particular interest to me was the recurring theme of desires and dreams and the power that they may come to hold. Though I possess no ancient relic to grant form to one's wishes, might it not be said that music has a similar power, albeit in a more intangible sense? Should your travels chance to take you back to the scene of your triumph, pray reflect on your adventures with my song in your heart, that you may yet be surprised by what you see. And we fill up my quest log with yet more quests. Speak with Light Kick's eyes fixed. Oh, okay. Who lives, who dies, and... Okay, we gotta speak with Snap Clicks. Basically in the same spot. Okay. We can do that another time. I think it just unlocks the expert. Let's see what these guys have to say. Huzzah! Have you heard, Gav? Eden, Papalimo are returned. We've not had a chance to speak, but the mere sight of them was enough to raise our spirits. Huzzah! Kultane says, many of our number are still out in the field, but I believe Oker's party should be returning shortly. Flamine, you needn't say a word, Gav. I know. I know. Wherever she wanders, no matter how far, she'll always be with us. Oh my. When you think about it, we have accomplished quite a lot in recent days, have we not? Though there are, of course, some few regrets for missed opportunities. A pity we were unable to deal with Ilberd and the Braves once and for all, for example. Let me switch back to Bard, so I can get the XP on that. Haha. I love this, but this is a scam. I had to text my daughter to see what she needed because she called me. If you get a text message that says, you know, you have an outstanding toll, your toll account balance is outstanding. If you fail to pay it, you'll face penalties or legal action. And it gives you a payment link. Don't click that. All right, and don't even reply to it, just report it, okay? Because it's a phishing message. Coming from a guy with a Hotmail address. It's like, come on. You can't even try and hide that. Alright, now we got family stuff taken care of. Yeah. Somebody was saying, dinner prep. It's going, I got a Papa John's coupon for a free pizza. So that may be our plan for tonight. Welcome home, Gav. I trust your journey was uneventful. You will be pleased to hear that Thancred has secured the crystals. He sent word a short while ago. Once he has delivered them safely into the Temple Knight's care, he will rejoin us here and we can declare this matter officially resolved. While awaiting your arrival, I took the opportunity to contact Y'shtola and Kryl and briefed them on all that has occurred. I also requested that they return to the Rising Stones at their earliest convenience. Now that our lost friends have been found, it would seem meet to discuss the future.
Back in the Solar. It's been too long since we were all together like this. Not since after Moonbraider.
Much has changed since then. We ourselves, most of all.
Though not all who were lost could be gathered here today, we may take comfort in the knowledge that those who are not are carrying on the fight.
While I am grateful to our friends in the north for their hospitality, it isn't half good to be back.
But, as Papalima rightly said, much has changed since we last stood here. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are not as they once were, nor should we be. Our travels in the north brought us into contact with a host of fine and generous people, and their selfless deeds serve to show me that it is not lofty causes that should inform our actions, but our hearts. And I hope that the Scions might continue in this manner, as individuals driven by individual principles. Provided we all sincerely desire to work towards Eorzea's salvation, I believe the paths we follow to achieve it need not, and should not, be dictated by any single ideal.
Companions bound by a common purpose, free to go whither they will. The idea is not without merit. Very well. I shall resume my research of the primals and the elder gods of Eorzea. Should anyone have need of my findings, you need only ask. I should be glad of your continued assistance.
Well, my main purpose in coming here was to see the signs of the Seventh Dawn restored and my dear friend found. Nevertheless, having involved myself in your struggles, I feel compelled to see them through to the bitter end. For Minfilia's sake. That is, if there are no objections.
You will always be welcome here, Kryl.
Urianger, can we trust you to carry on your investigation of the Ascians as before?
Regardless of mine own desires, I am undeserving of your trust, having so villainously deceived you all.
Now, I'll hear no more of that. It would be disrespectful of Minfilia's wishes. She entrusted matters here to us, that we might protect this star and understand the truth which hides at her heart. Mayhap I can handle the former, but I think you far better suited to the latter. No?
Very well. Then out of love for my Lady Minfilia and Moonbreeder both, this shall be my solemn charge.
Papalimo and I should probably return to Thanalan to keep an eye on the Resistance. There's still the matter of the Griffin and the Amalja, not to mention the new Imperial Viceroy. That little lot must be worthy of our attention, right?
And what will you do, Alize?
You know I have no great love for organizations and formalities. That being said, this new approach you propose is not wholly objectionable. And we've always got him to keep us from bickering. But I will suffer no titles. I am not here for House Leveilleur, nor to walk in Grandfather's shadow.
Upon that point, we see eye to eye. If it please you, you may think of me as but another comrade in arms.
Well then, Alfie, I, for my part, shall see to the paperwork and the finances with my characteristic aplomb.
Alfie.
I would not have it any other way, Tataru. And we mustn't forget you. What now for the Warrior of Light?
Oh, go around to Eorzea, kick ass. You know, the usual. A new adventure, what else? Or the road goes ever on, or just strive for those we have lost, for those we can yet save. Oh. That one's a little too serious for him. A new adventure, what else?
Indeed.
The path behind us was fraught with hardship, and the path before us will be no less unforgiving. But a new dawn shall break over the realm, and I see before me the faces of those who will deliver it.
So we've picked up 2 new scions. Is there anything in there? Ah. Unukalai. Unukalai is anxious to act before the Warring Triad awaken. The time has come, Warrior of Light. We must move against the Warring Triad now, or suffer the consequences. The seal is cracked and the icons stir. Should they be allowed to awaken and resume their titanic conflict, it would be like to the coming of a second calamity. You, Gav, represent our best hope of eliminating this threat. That said, the very act of entering the containment facility itself presents certain unique challenges. So unique, in fact, that I struggled to locate an individual with the requisite talents to surmount them. Were it not for the impressively diverse connections of your fellow scions, I might still be searching. Happily, however, they are able to furnish me with a suitable candidate. Now, along with you and your echo-blessed companions, all the pieces we need to proceed with this deadly game are arrayed upon the board. Victory hinges upon no less than the total destruction of the warring triad, but we must also wear the interference of those who covet the Allagan's primal harnessing technology. I speak, of course, of the blindly grasping hand of the Garlean Empire and its fumbling agents. The ignorant meddling of the Empire will serve only to hasten the Icon's awakening, and it is my master's desire that the Triad be dispatched before Imperial forces delve too deeply. Being the nearest to wakefulness, the Icon Sephiroth will be your first adversary. Make your preparations and join me on the flagship in Azizla. We shall speak further there. Alright. Warring Triad is the collective term for three immensely powerful icons that were brought into existence during the twilight of the Third Astral Era. Summoned by the native tribes of Mericidia, these entities were set against the encroaching forces of the Allagan Empire. The strength of a primal is determined by the fervent prayers of its faithful, and as the Mericidians' prayers called for saviors with the power to throw back an Imperial invasion, the resulting incantations were perforce imbued with nigh incalculable might. That the Allagans were capable of conquering such godlike beings well illustrates the incredible heights to which their technology had ascended. The implacable empire subdued and imprisoned the warring triad, shackled them to machinery that sustained the icons' forms, whilst at the same time leeching away their infinite energies. For 5 millennia did the warring triad languish thus in dreaming servitude, their slumber undisturbed until Archbishop Thordan VII of Ishgard rattled the bars of their cage. The Archbishop had come to Azizla seeking to absorb the Three's power and make of himself a god without rival. It was fortunate then that the Warrior of Light and his companions thwarted Thordan before he realized his tyrannical ambitions. But the victory was not without consequence. The violence of the battle cracked the seals that kept the Triad in torpor, and the Icons have begun to stir. Worse, the Garlean Empire and their heavy-handed efforts to plunder the secrets of Azizla threatened to drag them into full wakefulness. These terrible entities must be destroyed before they arise in all their cataclysmic splendor. That's suitably dramatic, isn't it? I think we talked to him earlier, so we're gonna go on with our MSQ. Tara says, leave it to me, Gav. I'll make sure she's properly introduced to everyone. Alice says, it's official then. Gods, I hope I don't regret this. Ida says, same as it ever was. Kyle says, it would seem that I'm a scion then. Some derive comfort from such titles, but I cannot say that I feel any different than before. Well, mayhap a twinge of pride. Y'shtola says, as agreed, we shall spend the coming moons conducting our own independent research. Should you have need of our services, however, you are of course welcome to seek us out. Tis passing strange to think that we may never see Lady Minfilia again, after witnessing so many of our missing comrades return to us. I dared to hope that she might one day do the same. Oh, do not think I will be bested so easily again. When my competition with Lady Ida has ended, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn shall crown a new champion of the squad. This is a callback to when she and he were having a squat competition. Papolimo says, I suppose I should not be surprised. With everyone standing in a circle delivering grand proclamations about their future endeavors, she naturally felt obliged to make up one of her own. Thangrid says, I have Sir Emmerich's assurances that the Temple Knights will henceforth keep a close eye on the Ishgardian crystal trade. Oh, and he extends his deepest apologies for your dinner having been cut short. Courteous fellow, isn't he? You would never guess he was a politician. Well, there's an indictment on politicians if I ever heard one. It may be argued that the great sundering of the source was an aberration, and the existence of the 10 and 3 reflections an offense to the natural order. That, most assuredly, is the Asians' belief. 'Twas in the hope of opening mine eyes to said revelation that they first came unto me, imagining it sufficient to secure mine allegiance. Nor would they have been mistaken, were my heart templed to truth alone, but as a devoted follower of Master Louisoix's teachings, and for the love I bear him and his, I hearkened not to their words. Well, that's good. Oh my, when you think about it, we've accomplished quite a lot. Okay. Though there are, of course, some few regrets for missed opportunities, a pity we were unable to deal with Ilbert and the Braves once and for all. Excuse me. Clemens, trouble in paradise, eh? Aenor, I'm doing my best, Oker. I am. I just can't seem to clear my mind. I keep thinking about you and your brother and me. Okay. All these little mistakes are beginning to add up, Aenor. You must try harder to remain focused. She can't. She's too horny. Elfino says, look at them, Gav, the scions of the Seventh Dawn. Look how far we've come. The people we've met, the moments we've shared, the losses we've suffered, the tragedies we've overcome. All of it has made us who we are today. Where we go from here and what the future holds, only the 12 know. But I know that we will find out together.
One world's heroes are another world's villains. One world's loss, another world's gain. Where men go as one, there is life. And where there is life, my friends, if I may, I would ask that you entrust Tupsimati to me. Clouds gather upon the horizon, and as Master Louisoix's disciple, I would keep it close at hand. Thank you. I shall guard it well. There is cause to hope. For every ending, every parting, marks a new beginning.
Well done, brother. You may resume your normal duties and rejoin the others. The coming battle shall be our greatest yet. and I intend to stand with you all on that glorious day. Lidibus says, true believers are so readily led. Griffin says, I've given them everything they desired, all for which they have prayed. I doubt you can say the same for your pawns. Get what you wanted then. Was it all worth it in the end? Lidibus says, there were some unexpected developments, but they were ultimately to our advantage. Be it host to a surfeit of light or dark, a world bereft of equilibrium is but a void in waiting, and a void is of no use to my master. I shall follow her emissary with great interest. As for the pawns whom you so pity, they have delivered unto me a gift, which I do now present to you. Of course we see them back. The eyes of Nidhogg. Many were the candidates considered, but by your deeds you've proven yourself the most deserving. A man of boundless rage and bottomless despair, in whose breast beats a heart which thirsts for vengeance. Only you are fit to wield these eyes, for weal or for woe. Basically, for good or for bad. So it was here all along. Ah, Nero, you're back. Evil grin. Oh, just you wait, my pretty. You and I are going to have so much fun. I always get a little nervous when I see Nero laughing. No retreat, no surrender. Ingrid, I told her everything that happened. She needed to know, and I thought it would be best if it came from me. It's strange to think back on the circumstances of our first meeting. We were all so very young, so foolish, so powerless. Oh my gosh, he's got a nutkin behind him, right here. I don't think I noticed that the first time I did this. That is hilarious. Flamine, in that moment she departed this realm for the first. I heard her speak to me. I know this to be true, just as I know that she will one day return to us. In those final moments, she was smiling, was she not? She was proud and hopeful and looking to the future. So I will too, Gav. I will. Alfino says, I have been thinking, Gav, when time allows, we should go and pay a visit to Gabu with Alize. Though their time together was short, I know she felt a kinship with the young child. Ida. Oh, I guess I was just so caught up in thinking about, well, everything that I dozed off for a moment. Ori says, so, Alfino, we all know he's got his mind made up. The Crystal Braves are no more. It's all over. Bam! You haven't got to go home, but you can't stay here. But Ryle, he's not having it. Won't even let old Alfie finish. And there I was worrying about how to brief Papalimo on the many momentous events which we have borne witness to in recent memory. Little did I know I need only leave Hori to it. My word, Gav, I must confess to some considerable amazement at the great trials and tribulations you and the others have recently overcame. I must again apologize for our prolonged absence, and for the fact that we have yet to answer your many questions. As for Ida, well, all things in time, I suppose. Does Home have anything? Oh, yeah, he does. It is not as though I do not enjoy the company of so many motivated youths. However, without Isildur around, I cannot help but feel somewhat isolated. He got carried away with his training, lest you wonder, and injured his back. Alian has been looking after him ever since. Clemens. Oh, as if you wouldn't try to get rid of me at the first opportunity. Don't you drag me into this mess. But I have a precocious sibling, too. And I'm sure she'd be happy to... I clicked that too fast. I'm sure she'd be happy to join us. The ogre says. Believe me, I knew all too well the burden that is a precocious sibling. We should trade tales over a drink sometime. Or perhaps even with the four of us. Oh, God. Or Ogre doesn't even know what he's saying there. Ellie says, it's a bit overwhelming, quite frankly, having spent so much time on the road, often by myself. Yet I will try to approach this as a learning experience, as I did my travels. Had I not kept an open mind, after all, I doubt I would have been able to master the ethereal blade, nor would I have benefited from the rather pointed advice I received. Pointed, get it? Pointed. There is no one path, as some are given to say, and there is wisdom in exploring every school of magic, as there is in exploration of all things. Tataru has a request for you. Tidings from Girabania. Oh, Gav, just the hero I wanted to see. Would you mind doing me a small favor? I need you to meet with me at the Diamond Forge. This won't take long, I promise. Where is the Diamond Forge? Ah, okay. Yeah, let's go meet her at the Diamond Forge. See what else she's got for us. She probably has a new outfit for us. Got a little wind-up Moonbreeda. See if these guys have anything else for us. Nope. This finely detailed tribute to Moonbreeda was crafted in secret by none other than Rianger following the untimely passing of his beloved companion. Though known for her warm and jovial nature, the resolve within this doll's eyes perhaps speaks to the strength he admired in her. Let's have her get around with us for a little while. She's cute. See what her animations are. I'm sorry to drag you away from your duties, but as I said, this won't take long. I just need you to stand perfectly still for a few moments. The looks on all their faces is priceless. Right, everyone, ready to go to work. No squirming now. Oh, and you might want to close your eyes. Tara's laughing. Fighting monsters doesn't exhaust him, but getting fitted for new clothes does. They're all finished. Of the Warrior of Light's every measurement from heroic head to intrepid toe. Well, wouldn't you like to know? All in good time, Gav, all in good time. Aha, found you! Elfino wants everyone in the Solar for a meeting. I don't know what it's about, but he seemed to think it was very important. Tatara says, go on, we have everything we need. No sense in keeping everyone waiting. Accosted for measurements.
We're here. Did we miss anything?
We would not presume to begin without you, Ida. Orianger has returned to the Waking Sands, but everyone else is now present.
Yes, but for what exactly? We all have duties to attend to, Alphino, so you may dispense with the preamble.
Like, come on, get to it.
Thank you, Elise. It is the very subject of those duties which compelled me to call this gathering. Though the Warriors of Darkness no longer pose a threat, Eorzea's many troubles demand no less of our attention. And while I stand by the decision to approach each task as we see fit, I fear our effectiveness will ultimately be diminished should we continue to act in ignorance of each other's efforts. Thus, I propose we elect a successor to Minfilia. Not to serve as a fully fledged antecedent, perhaps, but as a coordinator of operations.
Is that all? Oh, then the decision seems clear. No one else has shown any enthusiasm for the role, and judging by your performance at our previous meeting, you would seem the perfect candidate. You always did have a flair for politics.
Everybody else is grinning.
I did not mean to... That was not my intention. As my tenure as commander of the Crystal Braves comprehensively demonstrated, I lack the qualities required for such an office. I would much prefer to remain as I am now, a soldier in the field, so to speak.
Should none of our numbers step forward, must we then constrain some unwilling candidate to take up the position?
Well, based on merit alone, a certain adventurer would be my choice. Though I concede he might struggle to balance his new responsibilities with, let me see, slaying primals, thwarting legatuses, and feeding the orphan poor.
Literally.
Thancred makes a good point. Any who would wear such a mantle would be bound by its obligations. Have we not become sufficiently familiar with each other's methods to act without an overseer? At present, I see no cause to so willingly limit one of our number.
Oh my goodness! Help! I need some help here!
Uh-oh.
Tataru, are you all right?
Me? I'm fine. It's this poor girl who just staggered in and collapsed on the floor that I'm worried about.
Narco! God, how did... Yashola! Please, you have to help her! Kral, a hand if you would. Let us see about closing these wounds.
Now, we've staunched the bleeding, but it may be a while before you can move about again. Though having seen your wounds, I'm surprised you are still moving at all.
Thank you. My message. It was too important to delay. I took the shortest route I could, though I knew it was more heavily patrolled. As you can see, my efforts at evasion were not entirely successful.
Honestly, you're too brave for your own good. What was so urgent that you needed to fight half the Empire to get here? You could have been killed.
I'm sorry, Ida. I had good reason. But I imagine your friends are wondering who this bloody mess of a Mikote is. My name is Minago, and I belong to the Alamegan Resistance. I came to warn Ida and Papalimo about one of our leaders. A man who calls himself the Griffin. He's always been dangerous, but he's planning something new. Something reckless.
The Griffin, you say? I've heard the name. Rumor has it your man is eager to test his claws.
Aye, and on no easy target. He means to assault Belsar's wall from the Alamegan side.
Ooh.
But what does the Griffin possibly hope to gain from such an attack?
From what I understand, he wants the fires of war to spread to Eorzea. And for that, he needs to control the border with Gridania.
So, he means to spark a conflict between the Alliance and the Imperial forces stationed in Alamigo, to have Eorzea's armies aid in the liberation effort, whether they will it or no.
His plan is flawed. Even should the Resistance succeed in occupying the wall, they would not be able to hold it. Imperial reinforcements would drive them out within a week.
Be that as it may, if there is even a chance that this scheme could bring about an escalation in hostilities between Eorzea and the Empire, the Alliance must be informed.
Agreed. I should depart for Limsa Laminsa forthwith and seek an audience with the Admiral. Thancred, Uldar is yours. Alphino and Alize, make haste to the Twelveswood and notify the Elder Seedseer of the danger to Gridania. She will duly call a council of the Alliance leaders, whom you must be ready to receive. You will be our voice in Ishgard. Explain the situation to Sir Emeric and encourage him to send an envoy. To Taru, Kryl, I leave the care of our injured messenger to you. See that she remains quiescent and her wounds closed. I believe that covers everything. Let us be about our tasks.
I suspect the ill tidings from Girabania will be held as a turning point. The beginning to a bloody end. The business of war was ever conducted with the coin of self-sacrifice. 'Twas Master Louis Soir himself who taught us that such costs are not to be ignored or denied. And so, I shall embrace them. When the time comes, I will make my choice, as you will yours.
Papalimo, after conferring with Y'shtola, we have decided to focus our attentions on the East Shroud. Someone needs to keep an eye on the border, not to mention the Sylphs. I hate leaving Nago like this, but I know Kryl and Tataru will take good care of her. Alright, that foreshadowing, you're not kidding. Flamine says, Tataru and Kryl took that resistance fighter to more private chambers that she might recuperate in peace. The poor girl was in quite a state, wasn't she? Wonder if we can get in there. Nope. Not yet. Even when casting the same incantation, the mastery of each practitioner greatly affects the efficacy of the spell, a principle that was aptly demonstrated to our 2 young mages here. We have some training in the healing arts, so we shall take turns with Mistress Kryle in caring for her patient. Ochre, in particular, seems rather eager to learn from the experience. Mistress Kryle and Archon Y'shtola are truly exceptional healers. 'Twas an honor to witness their ministrations firsthand. If only I could tend to my brother's battle hurts with such proficiency. I have much study yet ahead of me. I believe she said her name was Minago? Her cause appeared to have been genuine, but I must confess to feeling no small degree of trepidation even as I stepped aside. Aenor says, we were all surprised by our sudden visitor, but Hori was able to gauge the situation at a glance. He realized the Mikote posed no immediate threat and permitted her to enter. But that didn't mean he wasn't alert for some manner of trap. Ah, yes, mayhap the Elder is the finer man after all. She's still trying to decide which brother to pick. I wonder what Isildur would have to say about our wounded visitor. His own injuries yet keep him abed, and I miss savoring a cup of tea alongside his usual observations. Alright. Speak with Lucia at the Congregation of the Knights Most Holy. Oh, thank you for the heads up on that. I'm wondering if it's when I'm brushing up against it. Lucia, greetings, warrior of light. What business brings you to Ishgard? I see. Wait here. I will summon Sir Emmerich. It is good to see you, my friend. 'Tis but a pity it must be under such circumstances. Had Lucia not informed me of the urgency of your suit, I would certainly have sent for some wine. But to business. I thank you for bringing these developments in Alamigo to our attention. Ishgard will of course send an envoy to attend the council in Gridania. Cannot say who will represent us, however, as the choice is not mine to make. Not mine alone, at any rate. Given the imminence of the threat, we may forego the formalities of full assembly, but I will still need to consult my counterpart in the House of Commons prior to proceeding. Will you permit me some time to make the necessary arrangements? Well, not like we really have much choice. I thank you. Our representative, whomever we select, will require a suitable escort. Make your preparations and inform Sir Anderlu that he is to lead in your absence. Yes, Lord Commander. Gav, pray accompany Lucia to the Gates of Judgment and make ready to depart for Gridania. I will have our envoy join you as soon as I can. Fury speed you on your way. Yeah. That might be an issue, yeah. Lucia seems eager to set forth for Gridania. If you have no other business in the city, join me at the Gates of Judgment. We must be ready to depart the instant the envoy arrives. Wait at the Gate of Judgment. This looks like an instance thing. You are perhaps wondering who will represent Ishgard at the council? As this is a military matter, I should not be surprised if Sir Emmerich nominated himself. He is yet Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, after all. We meet again. As it happens, my counterpart in the House of Commons agreed that I should act as Ishgard's envoy. Not, I concede, that there was ever any real doubt. As Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, it is my duty to sanction any military cooperation. Be that as it may, I could not in good conscience make the decision alone, not with the ink scarce dry in the Republic's Book of Statutes. I trust you understand, my friend. Alas, I must test your patience still further by making a brief stop at Camp Dragonhead. Given the trouble brewing in the Black Shroud, I would see that the garrison is ready to defend the border. Alright, let's go over to Camp Dragonhead. I'm glad that Sir Emmerich's counterpart saw the wisdom in his coming. Few, if any, in Ishgard can claim to possess his expertise in both politics and warfare. The garrison commander waits within. Why not accompany me, Gav? You may see a familiar face. Haha! Really? And Manolian says, Gav, old boy, how wonderful to see you, and Sir Emmerich too. To what do I owe these unexpected pleasures? Onorwa says, I will have some mulled wine brought up from the kitchens at once, if you will excuse. Nay, do not trouble yourself, Onorwa. We shall soon be on our way. Lucia, a brief summary, if you will. Yes, Lord Commander. Those villains hardly need an excuse to wage war. Bloodletting comes as naturally as breathing to a I mean to an Imperial. Onorwa says, and thus we shall strengthen our patrols as you suggest. We shall also be sure to communicate these developments to Lord Francel in the Observatorium. Emmerich says, I see you have everything in hand. Carry on, Commander. Well, well. Manoline's growing up. Surprised to see yours truly at the helm. Yeah, actually we are. You and me both, old boy. I doubt I'll ever feel worthy to sit where he sat. Yet we can but play the hand we're dealt, and with a little help from the veterans, and Onorwa's ceaseless chiding, I'm sure I'll muddle through. So worry not, old boy. Off to Gridania with you. Aww. That's a nice portrait. You can pick it up in Idleshire with Poetics, by the way. Speak with Sir Emmerich in New Gridania. Super honor, a bid welcome to our visitors from Ishgard. Lucia, it seems so peaceful. One would scarce believe that Belsar's wall and wretched Alamigo lie just a few short miles away. Diplomatic duties have brought me here on several occasions, but I find that I am as enraptured by the Black Shroud's beauty now as when first I laid eyes upon it. I fear that this time, however, events shall not afford us the luxury of enjoying the splendor of the forest. Does she have anything new? Nope, nothing new. Sir Emmerich is ready to attend the council. It seems we are to have an escort to the Lotus Stand. A pleasant place to discuss some pleasant matters, is it not? Yes, of course. 'Tis like that we are the last to arrive. Let us announce ourselves, shall we? I like speak with the silent conjurer. A little irony there. How do you speak with somebody who's silent? The envoy from Ishgard has arrived. Very good. This way, if you please. Ah, and the Leminson party as well. Merlvip says, I had hoped to slip in unnoticed, but I see I was not the only one delayed in my arrival. Greetings, Sir Emmerich. Admiral, always a pleasure. And Gav, I trust you are well. 'Tis a day for reunions, it seems. I believe you are well acquainted with my escort. Yugiri says, Master Gav, I was glad to hear from Ryo that the missing scions have now been found. Merlvip says, there is much and more I would discuss with you, but let us first attend to the issue at hand, shall we?
I bid you welcome, my friends. As you will by now be aware, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have come into possession of certain intelligence concerning recent developments in the region of Gyr Abania. It springs, I am assured, from an unimpeachable source. Is that not so, Master Alphino?
Indeed, Elder Seedseer. Our information comes directly from a member of the Resistance's inner circle, and we have no cause to doubt its veracity.
This griffin of theirs is a fool if he thinks he can hold Belsar's wall against the Empire. When the Imperials move to take it back, they will come in force. And the resulting fighting is all but certain to spill over into the Black Shroud.
At the Battle of Cartano, the combined might of 3 grand companies labored to contend with the remnants of but a single Imperial legion. Alone, Gridania would be hard-pressed indeed to hold back the tide, should the Garleans turn their minds from reclamation to invasion.
May I once more convey my nation's deepest regrets for our inaction in the days prior to the calamity. 'Tis a stain upon our ledger that I would fain remove. Elder Seedseer, I do hereby request leave to deploy a defensive force within the borders of Gridania. Ishgard's return to the Alliance shall be honored by more than mere ink upon parchment.
The Doman people too would join any effort that weakens our common foe. We are few, but our most seasoned shinobi are at your disposal. On behalf of my people, I offer you my humble thanks. Gridania welcomes your assistance.
It is time we set our contingency plans in motion. Is the Alliance agreed? Then let us make ready for war. Victory favors the swift. There is much to be done.
The Council knows that Alamigo will not soon be wrested from the Empire, and its decision to bolster the border's defenses seems eminently practical. Why then, brother, do you scowl so?
I agree that they have chosen the wisest course available. Indeed, the only reasonable one. Yet something feels awry. In making ready for war, is the Alliance not granting the Griffin the very thing he desired? Any attempt to hold the wall is doomed to failure, aye. But I wonder if we have misjudged the prize for which he plays.
That's an interesting question. Speak with Alfino. That the Council was able to reach an accord so swiftly is a heartening development in itself. I only hope my misgivings prove unfounded. Emmerich says, "Ah, good. You have yet to depart. I feared I had missed you." Sir Emmerich! Master Alfino, a pleasure as always, and Mistress Alisaie, how wonderful to see you thus recovered. Pardon the interruption. I had hoped to thank Gav for serving as our escort before other duties called him away. I also wish to thank our Doman ally. Hiding out there. Forgive me, my lord. I was but awaiting an opportune moment to join the conversation, and force of habit made me keep to the shadows. Emmerich says, "No apologies are necessary, Mistress Yugiri. I was most grateful for your interjection when I offered Ishgard's support. My nation's historic failure to heed the Alliance's pleas for aid is a matter of record. Even so, the Alliance's leaders were plainly unprepared for my impromptu apology. The resulting air of awkwardness might have lingered longer were it not for your timely offer of cooperation, which allowed the Elder Seedseer to accept us both. I very much appreciated the gesture." "I only did my duty, Sir Emmerich. The Empire is an enemy to us all, and we are grateful for the opportunity to fight at your side." Emmerich says, "And full glad are we to have you. Pray convey my regards to the Scions, my friends. We must return to Ishgard." Ellie says, "Whatever is wrong with a simple sorry or a thank you? Must these politicians always make a speech out of everything?" Yeah, they do. Alfino says, "That is how we adults speak, dear sister." Mayhap the ones who like the sound of their own voice. In any event, our business here is concluded. We should be on our way as well. Will you accompany us to Revenant's Toll, Yugiri? Alfino says, "Actually, I think I shall first pay a brief visit to the East Shroud. I'm curious to see how Papalimo and Ida fared in their talks with the Sylphs. Not to mention that there's what has been going on at Belsar's Wall. I will join you at the Rising Stones anon." Ah, family came home. Family's home. Alright, I think we're going to leave it here for today. On the cliffhanger of, on the cliffhanger. What's going to happen to them next? Let's do our cat joke for today. Alright. What's a cat's favorite dessert? A mice cream cone. Mice cream cone. Alright, cats and kittens. Like, subscribe, ring the notification bell. Y'all know what to do, when to do it. And on that really bad cat joke, I'm going to leave you all for the rest of the day. You all have a good one. I heard the weather's going to be a little rough down south in the next day or so stay safe, my friends. I'm a Cat Gamer signing out. Have a great one, cats and kittens.